Frank committed suicide in an apartment that belonged under a pseudonym, located in the suburbs of Yoto. It was the neighbor across from him who called the police, and the cause was a large amount of water seeping through the door. After the police received the call, they immediately dispatched a team to protect the scene. After they picklocked the door, the police that rushed inside even smelled the stench wafting from the bathroom. When the police opened the door curtain of the bathroom, and they found a foreign male corpse with his wrist cut open in the bathtub. Based on the blade on the ground and his peaceful expression, the cause of death appeared to be suicide. Immediately afterwards, the forensic doctor conducted a blood test and confirmed that the deceased had not taken sleeping pills or other psychoactive drugs before his death. The whole case could be confirmed as a suicide. After a comparison of the identities, the police identified the deceased to be Frank, a diplomat in the UA embassy. As for why he died here, no one could explain this reason. However, the UA embassy's response to the death was rather mild. It accepted the investigation results of the police without any objection and took over the remains of the deceased. On Saturday morning of the same week, all the staff of the embassy attended the funeral of this colleague. It didn't take long before his coffin was covered with a national flag and was airlifted back to the UA to meet his relatives. Shortly after, the capital held a press conference in response to the incident in Yokosuka. When we learned about this appalling news, we immediately asked the chief command of the Yokosuka military base to find out more about the situation. The Department of Defense has issued relevant documents requiring the UA troops stationed in Nippon to cooperate with the CIB's operations, but the documents specifically emphasize that the cooperation was limited to counterterrorism. Here, on behalf of the capital, I reiterate once again that this incident was the personal act of the director of the CIB, and some intelligence personnel stationed in Nippon who may have been involved in this case are under investigation. At present, the President has suspended Director Henry from his duties and independent prosecutors have begun an investigation on the dereliction of duty. I believe that a reasonable and satisfactory answer will be given to the public soon. The CIB director took the blame and stepped down. The demonstrations stopped in California, but the protests at the entrance of the Yokosuka military base continued. Perhaps the Yokosuka police was placed in the most difficult situation. It was stuck in between the people, the UA soldiers, and the government. They were also being verbally abused, which was something they shouldn't bear. The Yodo police urgently reinforced 2,000 police forces to Yokosuka, but it did little to calm the chaotic situation. Not only Yokosuka, but almost all of Nippon's civil rights organizations raised to support the protests in Yokosuka. At the same time, protests erupted across the country with slogans such as, "Get out," appearing at the gates of 88 military bases without exception. There were not only the works of the Sumitomo Foundation but also the works of the Mitsubishi, Fuji, and other consortia. It was evident who the winner of this confrontation was. Although the UA made a series of remedial measures, it was impossible to recover the mistakes made by its military in Nippon on the collection of T-virus data. The strong intervention of celestial trade was inevitable. The Nippon government was destined to cancel the security treaty. Now there was the risk in picking a side, and it could also serve as a favor to Jiang Chen. As to whether Jiang Chen would really view this as a favor, only he would know. Yoto, in the hotel Jiang Chen stayed at. Jiang Chen was sitting comfortably on the sofa in the living room as he chatted with Foreign Minister Kishida. "Jiang Chen, I think you went overboard this time." His tone carried a hint of helplessness as Kishida smiled bitterly. "It's only a few days before the opening ceremony, you couldn't wait for the Olympics to end?" There was only one chance. Jiang Chen smiled emotionlessly as put his one leg on his other knee, and said in a joking tone, "If the UA is willing to wait until the Olympics is over before sending the servers out of the country, I would have had no issues." Kishida sighed helplessly after Jiang Chen's explanation. He couldn't say more on this topic and ended the topic abruptly. He changed into a slightly flattering tone and said respectfully, "Congress is discussing an early termination of the security treaty. Mr. Prime Minister asked me to tell you the news." We will apply to join the Earth Defense Alliance at the end of this month. Congress has already agreed. I hope Jiang Chen will take care of the rest. My words will always count, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Thank you very much, then I won't disturb you. By the way, are there some strange noises on your side? Are there any? Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a smile, it must be your illusion. After he hung up the phone, Jiang Chen put his leg down and looked at Kuai lying on the carpet as an evil smile emerged on his face. It seems that you still haven't remembered what I said. Didn't I say that you are not allowed to make noise when I call? Kuai was whimpering. At this moment, she was crawling in front of Jiang Chen like a puppy as she rubbed her thighs impatiently, pleading and confusion filled her eyes. You want to go to the bathroom? Jiang Chen said with a smirk. Woo-woo, without a domineering attitude, Kuai nodded desperately. Qian Xia. Jiang Chen looked to the side and said with a smirk, bring that thing here. Yes, my master. Xia Xia's mouth curled up, and she disappeared into the living room. When she appeared again, she held a palm-sized iron bowl in her hand and placed it gently behind Kuai. Help her open the lock. Yes. Qian Xia nodded respectfully. Woo-woo, when Kuai saw the iron bowl under her, she shook her head pleadingly. Although she couldn't hold it in any longer, it was too much to do it in front of a man. Do you not want to go to the toilet? Jiang Chen grinned, then I will let Qian Xia lock it up for you again. Woo-hoo. She could no longer restrain the soreness in her lower abdomen as her instinct once again defeated the shame in Kuai's mind. While Jiang Chen and Qian Xia watched, her pitiful self-esteem and overflowing flood burst out together. Splash. It continued for a while before the flow finally stopped, and Kuai collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chen enjoyed the expression on her face and his wicked smirk grew more apparent. He suddenly discovered that his sadist side was growing stronger. Actually, you were having a good time, weren't you? When he got up from the sofa, Jiang Chen kneeled down and suddenly blew into Kuai's mouth, am I right? Officer Kuai. Mixed with his warmth, the moment those words blew into her ear, Kuai's legs felt soft. A stream of heat rushed from her lower abdomen to her brain, spreading along every inch of neurons in the cerebral cortex. At this moment, the resistance in those bright eyes had disappeared, and what was left was confusion. She didn't understand. Why is it that I am so humiliated by him, but I can't hate him at all? She really didn't understand. It was already the afternoon when Jiang Chen freed the exhausted Officer Kuai. During this time, Kelvin and Aisha both made a call. Kelvin's call was to inform him that the 300 scientific researchers had successfully landed in the Mars colony. They were preparing to enter Mine 071 under the order of Hongzhou. The call from Aisha was related to the situation in Colombia. Based on what Timochenko said, the FARC guerrillas and the Moro soldiers had successfully entered the Colombian capital of Bogotá. The defeated government force withdrew from the Cundinamarca province and retreated towards the Medellin region. With the increasingly powerful FARC armed force, the Gulf Coast would be the last home of the government force and where the remaining NATO coalition force was stationed. The deterrence from the Ford aircraft carrier battle group could possibly allow them to struggle until the end of the year. But Timochenko was quite optimistic. After FARC took control of the military factory in Cundinamarca, it was capable of producing its own light weapons and ammunition. With the T-72 tanks imported from Russia, FARC even armed an armored brigade. But this armored brigade served more as a deterrence rather than having any actual combat value. After all, the T-72s could perhaps scare the equally poorly equipped government force, but the T-72s were laughable in front of NATO's M1A2s. In addition, Colombia's mountainous and forested nature made the value of armored forces quite limited. But in any case, FARC gained the absolute upper hand. After Timochenko occupied Bogotá, he immediately announced that he would become the new president of Colombia. While he established a new constitution, he also appointed dozens of his close aides and established a new Colombian leadership team. Immediately afterward, Timoshenko, with victory in his grasp, even sent his own Minister of Energy to Xi'an to start negotiations with Celestial Trade on the global power grid project. As previously stated, Celestial Trade would register a jointly controlled power company in Colombia with Timoshenko's government, and carry out a grid construction plan under this power company. After the Trans-Pacific cable landed in Ecuador, it finally took a difficult step forward. The grid extended its tentacles from the coast of South America to Colombia. It won't be long before countries such as Venezuela and Brazil would join the global power grid. In the future, the remaining South American countries that firmly stood in the UA camp would also have to bow in front of the promise for higher GDP and lower energy costs in the South American electrification. They would ultimately have to become members of the Earth Defense Alliance. The apocalypse. The gate of an abandoned supermarket on the west coast of North America, California. The parking lot was full of the scrapped cars, and the surface of the building was full of bullet holes. The name of Walmart could be vaguely seen on the rooftop sign, but many letters were missing. As the largest supermarket in the United States, Walmart's shelves were sufficient to meet the needs of the entire United States. However, only a layer of thick dust was visible on the shelves, which couldn't even feed a hungry mutated rat. Bang! Dark red blood splashed on the wall, and the thin-looking man hoisted the rifle behind him. He rushed forward and pulled the giant rat about the size of his thigh from under the shelf as he cheerfully shouted. "Look at what I caught. A poor mouse." But he didn't feel happy for long as a gun was quickly pointed at his head. "Give it to me," with a pistol, the black man said in a threatening tone. I found it first. Although the gun was pointed at his head, the man was not at all afraid. Instead, he showed the grenade he had hidden in his hand and with an almost lunatic grin, he laughed, "Do you want to try?" A mutated rat. Although it was somewhat lean, it could easily be converted into 10 nutrient supplies in the organic boiler. The situation in North America was different from that in the Pan-Asia region. There were no dull zombies here, instead, there were powerful and cunning creatures. It was not so easy to get a nutrient supply, and it was certainly not news to fight over a dead rat, even if the two people fighting belonged in the same force. Just when the two were in a stalemate over a rat, in the parking lot outside the supermarket, the Blood Axe mercenaries welcomed a distinguished guest. 2 trucks parked in the middle of the parking lot. A dozen or so soldiers in kinetic skeletons jumped off the truck. A group of ragged mercenaries greeted them with envy and vigilance as they examined the soldiers' shiny equipment as well as the cardboard boxes on the truck. 10 boxes of canned luncheon meat, 10 bags of rice, and 10 boxes of instant noodles. Blood Axe's thick thumb slightly trembled when he read the list of supplies in front of Zhou Guoping. That nostalgic taste that he almost forgot about. He used a dagger to cut open an aluminum can, and Blood Axe licked the tip of the knife dipped in oil, and his eyes widened. In the envious eyes of his brothers, he savored the taste on his tongue, swallowed down, and said in a hoarse voice. "It's pork." The ragged mercenaries were rattled, and their eyes showed excitement and admiration. They gulped down desperately as they imagined the savory taste. Zhou Guoping despised in his mind as he looked at the eyes-widened Blood Axe and the excited mercenaries. "You guys are so excited about a few boxes of canned food and instant noodles. If you went to the 6th Street, then you might turn lunatic. What do you want?" Blood Axe put away his dagger, licked his chapped lips, then looked at Zhou Guoping as well as the soldiers in kinetic skeletons behind him. "I don't believe you crossed the Pacific Ocean just to do charity. Do you know where we are from?" Zhou Guoping glanced at him unexpectedly. "No one doesn't know where you are from." Blood Axe pointed to the NAC logo on the truck next to him with a grin. "NAC in the Pan-Asia China region, the hope of the people in the wasteland, the hometown of Chinatown, the rich yellow men who didn't collect bottle caps. Let me think about what other titles you have. That's all, I don't have a good memory." There were large and small survivors' camps and settlements on the west coast. Among them, the National Guard, the militia organization Minutemen, the cannibal tribe Blood, and the mutated human tribe Destroy were the prominent ones. Blood Axe and his Blood Axe mercenaries were considered above average. The local animal husbandry was very good. The survivors mainly use crystals and mutant skins to trade and also use a cola bottle cap with a special code as currency. Bottle caps were the hard currency throughout North America, even in semi-enclosed fallout shelters and backward mutated human tribes. If there were any exceptions, only the NAC post on the West Coast didn't accept the bottle caps. These yellow-skinned people from the Pan-Asian China region were very interested in high-tech products, especially spacecrafts, and were keen to pay with expensive canned food and instant noodles. Many people made a lot of money by doing business with these people, which made everyone on the West Coast envious. Blood Axe was also one of them, but he couldn't find a way to get in touch with these yellow riches. He could watch trade caravans enter in and out as he waited for an opportunity to rob a weak caravan. Unfortunately, none of the forces that did business with NAC was weak. Our outpost on the West Coast has been around for a while. Zhou Guoping looked at Blood Axe standing in front of him, then continued, while trading with you, we have also been investigating the investment environment here. Investment environment? Blood Axe looked at Zhou Guoping with dumbfounded eyes and asked incomprehensibly. In short, our boss decided to send a governor to the outpost on the West Coast to establish a NAC colony here and sow the seeds of civilization on this ruin. And you are the governor? Exactly. Zhou Guoping nodded. Be straightforward, what do you need me to do? He couldn't understand the intricacies, so he was straightforward, kill people. Or find someone. Neither, Zhou Guoping shook his head and cleared his throat. As I said earlier, we plan to expand the outpost here into a colony. We need a lot of laborers or slaves to do this, as well as mercenaries who manage our construction sites. Looking at the dumbfounded Blood Axe, Zhou Guoping smiled. We will hire you at the right price, and these materials are our deposit. Are you interested? The Olympic Games first originated in ancient Greece. At that time, people wished for peace when the city-states fought endlessly, so they reached an agreement to hold games in Olympia regularly every 4 years, and they agreed that the sacred day of truce be implemented in the year of the games. Because of this, the Olympic year was known as the Year of Peace. However, reality and ideals often conflicted. From the Georgian War during the 2008 Olympic Games to the 2020 Colombian Civil War, since the world entered the first year of the new century, the imaginary peace did not arrive. Instead, humanity had been on the brink of war. The 2020 Olympics was a failed Olympics. At least in the eyes of most foreign tourists. They saw disputes, chaos, and extremisms that ran counter to the Olympic spirit. In order to prevent protesters from throwing rotten eggs at athletes from the UA, the Yodo police had to deploy an additional 500 police officers to protect the safety of athletes in Yodo. Of course, although many incidents occurred, this Olympics was not without its highlight. The technological prowess demonstrated at the Yodo Olympics still made most foreign tourists feel like the trip was worth the money. This Olympics could be the Olympics with the highest usage rate of robots in history. From autonomous vehicles to robot volunteers, as well as the anime characters that came into life with the use of AR technology, everything manifested this point. Just like the giant Doraemon in the main stadium, technology itself was one of the selling points of this Olympics. However, keen tourists did discover that except for a small number of miniature robots were engraved with the Mitsubishi logo, most of the highly anthropomorphic and highly intelligent service robots were printed with the logo of future heavy industries. There were also autonomous vehicles equipped with magnetic levitation devices and autonomous drones. Unconsciously, Future Group seemed to have contracted the high-tech part of the Olympic Games. Many people imagined that if one day in the future, the 20th Olympic Games were to be held in the fabled maritime city Punglai, what would that experience be like? The endless stream of maglev cars, the hordes of service drones, the maglev train that circulated the entire city in 20 minutes. It seemed that city had entered the future ahead of schedule. After this turbulent week, the Olympic Games finally unfolded. "Welcome, Jiang Chen." As soon as Jiang Chen got out of the car, he saw a smiling face. Kishida shook Jiang Chen's hand enthusiastically and then gestured toward the VIP seats of the main stadium. When they entered through a private tunnel, he looked at the direction of the main entrance of the lower venue through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the elevator. With the dense crowds at the stadium, he thought that if he had to through the main gate, the opening ceremony would be over before he could get in. When he entered the stadium, he saw an acquaintance, although this acquaintance did not seem to like him. An eagle-like stare was locked onto him, and there seemed to be a haze in Carrie's eyes. From Jiang Chen's smile, he felt annoyed. But he was a diplomat after all, so he didn't write his unhappiness on his face. He just raised his hooked nose slightly and looked away from Jiang Chen after a while. When Jiang Chen saw that Carrie no longer looked at him, he still smiled and looked away from him. But at this moment, he saw another familiar figure. Except that he never met this person, but only saw her on TV. "I didn't expect the president of the UA to come here in person." Zhang Yaping sat down next to Jiang Chen, tilted his head slightly, and glanced in Hill's direction. "Is there a problem?" Jiang Chen laughed. "No," Zhang Yaping smiled and shook his head, "I just think it's a bit strange. The CIB and the UA military just had a large scandal. Even if Hill plans to use the Olympic Games to visit Nippon to repair the broken relationship, I don't think it will be that effective, right? It's because they are not here for them." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Do you mean?" At the same time as he said this, a trace of realization appeared on Zhang Yaping's face. "That's right," Jiang Chen pointed at himself, then pointed at Zhang Yaping who was looking at him, as he said, "Most likely they are here for us." The head of the host country and the president of the Olympic Committee entered the stadium one after another. The stage of raising the national flag and playing the national anthem ended, then the opening ceremony of the entire Olympic Games also kicked off. The next stage was an hour to 2 hours of performances. Jiang Chen found a bottle of vintage red wine and a goblet, poured himself a glass, and leaned on a chair to enjoy the performance on the stage. The first performance was naturally the Olympic theme song, performed by a group that he couldn't name. Because he couldn't understand, Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to what they sang. Soon after the song, the second program started. A series of light particles appeared in the center of the stage, and the lights came on one after another. Accompanied by clean and refined electronic sounds, a pair of emerald green double ponytails jumped out from the illusory dimensional gate, as she swayed briskly with her fluttering black skirt. She was voted as the most popular virtual idol to perform, and she was also one of the highlights of the opening ceremony. Not only Hatsune Miku, but there were also a number of popular characters that people were familiar with, such as Mario and Tinkerbell. By the way, the augmented reality device on the main stadium stage was also produced by Future Heavy Industries. After the 2-hour performance, athletes from all over the world entered the stadium. Greek athletes entered the stadium first, followed by athletes from participating countries, and finally the athletes from the host country. Although he signed up for an event, Jiang Chen did not appear in the XIN athletes that marched through the stadium. He just sat in the VIP booth and waved to the athletes below the stage. After all the athletes had entered the stadium, a song of Olympics played, and the Olympic flag was raised. In the center of the stadium, the Olympics Committee and the organizer gave their open remarks to the athletes, referees, and coaches as they stood under the banner of the Olympic Games. They raised their right fists, solemnly swearing the Olympics oath. In the name of the athletes. In the name of all judges. In the name of all the coaches and officials. We promise to take part in these Olympic Games, respecting and abiding by the rules and in the spirit of fair play. We all commit ourselves to sports without doping and cheating. We do this, for the glory of sports, for the honor of our teams and in respect for the fundamental principles of Olympism. Under everyone's watch, the Olympic flame was lit. The last performance and fireworks decorated the night sky and brought the opening ceremony to a close. Rows of artificial meteor showers crossed the dark night sky. No matter what would happen after tonight, at least at this moment, most people were praying for the same word. Peace. Chapter 1354. Holding the rifle with one hand. At the end of the opening ceremony, the 32nd Olympic Games officially commenced. When Jiang Chen received the schedule, he looked slightly surprised. The first qualifying round of the 10-meter air rifle that he signed up for was actually on the first day of the Olympic Games, and it was in the morning, which completely surprised him. After he asked Zhang Yaping, he learned that it was an almost unwritten rule for the air rifle to be the first competition in the Olympic Games. Originally, Jiang Chen planned to take some time to practice, but he didn't expect that he would be competing the day after the opening ceremony, which made the situation somewhat awkward. He never even touched the air rifle used in the game before, let alone practice. If the Xi'an Olympic Committee learned of this, the officials would suffer a heart attack. They were ignorant of their conscience to rank him as a level B athlete. Since there was no level A air rifle athlete in Xi'an, he barely qualified to represent Xi'an. Since he was about to compete, it was obvious he didn't practice. Have you tried this before? Wang Tao handed the rifle to Jiang Chen with suspicion in his eyes. As a shooting coach, Wang Tao kept his eyes on him. Generally speaking, on the night before the game, athletes often chose to have a good rest, especially shooting athletes. This kind of event that required a high degree of concentration meant that the athletes had to get adequate rest before the game to ensure proper focus during the competition. It was the first time in his life to see an athlete like Jiang Chen who was practicing right before the competition. Don't worry, Jiang Chen waved his hand to comfort him. He loaded the air rifle and aimed it at a target 10 meters away. I just want to get the feel before the game. As he said this, he raised his air rifle, aimed at a target 10 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet hit the target accurately. When Wang Tao saw the number that jumped out on the electronic target, his eyebrows twitched. How many rings? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow triumphantly as he put the air rifle aside, then he smiled at Wang Tao, revealing his shining white teeth. Wang Tao responded with a smile that looked more like a cry, as he said in defeat. 0, you missed the target. A shooting competition and the use of firearms were two different concepts. The latter was an application of technology, while the former was a form of art. How difficult was the 10-meter air rifle? Jiang Chen didn't realize until he stood in front of the target. The target was the first issue. It was no exaggeration to say that the 10th ring was actually only the size of a needle tip, and the entire target was only the size of a dollar coin, and it was still 10 meters away from the athletes. Imagine the difficulty to shoot a coin at a distance of 10 meters. People with poorer eyesight wouldn't be able to see the target, let alone compete in the game. Because of this, Jiang Chen, who stepped into the competition, stood at the 14th shooting position, still felt somewhat nervous. He was debating if he should use his genetic code Peerless. Strictly speaking, an air rifle was also a weapon. If he used Peerless, he could master the weapon to the extreme and hit the bullseye. Except, is it cheating to use his hidden genetic code? Are you sure you have touched an air rifle before? Next to Jiang Chen, Matthew Emmons, an athlete that represented the UA, glanced at the way he held the rifle, then he teased Jiang Chen, if you haven't, I can teach you. When Jiang Chen realized someone was talking to him, he laughed and responded. Don't worry, I have touched more guns than you have ever seen. Really? Matthew sneered. Before I retired, I was the ace sniper of the Marine Corps. I don't know where you get your confidence. Then I will give you an example, Jiang Chen said. Have you heard of the Reaper sniper rifle? There is also the PK-2000, which the standard configuration of the Celestial Marines. I'm sure you have never touched it before. In my view, M4A1 and M16A2 are both toys compared to the PK-2000. Matthew raised his eyebrows. As he was about to argue, the referee's voice came from the side. Athlete 14 and Athlete 15, please be quiet, the competition will start soon. Jiang Chen shrugged and didn't continue to banter with the man. He picked up the air rifle and took a few false shots at the target in front. The model of the rifle was different from the one he saw in the hotel, but the weight and texture were not much different. Jiang Chen glanced sideways at Matthew, and read the disdain and mockery from his eyes. However, Jiang Chen just curved up the corner of his lips. If at first, he was hesitant to use his hidden genetic code, now he completely made up his mind. Since he no longer needed to inject to activate his hidden genetic code, it shouldn't be considered cheating. The competition officially started. Jiang Chen put the rifle on the shooting rack, then slowly loaded it. He put his shoulder behind the butt of the rifle, held the rifle in his right hand, narrowed his one eye, looked down the sight, and muttered in his mind. Peerless. Everything in his field of vision was plated with a layer of light blue, and all colors faded to a cool tone. All sounds were slowly amplified in his field of vision and gradually distorted in the elongated slowness. The rifle in his hand seemed to be connected to his body, just like his fingers. Everything from aiming to pulling the trigger was so natural. Jiang Chen accidentally discovered that his skill had subtly changed unconsciously. He couldn't tell exactly what changed, and when it happened. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the deep internal realm, as if he was the only person with the only rifle in the entire stadium. The bullet hit the target before it left the rifle. When Matthew saw the way Jiang Chen held the rifle, he almost burst out laughing. Holding the rifle with one hand. Do you think you are James Bond? Even the most basic shooting posture is wrong, how do you expect yourself to win? But the moment the electronic scoring system returned the score, Matthew couldn't laugh anymore. In order to help the audience understand the game, when the bullet hits the target, the electronic scoring system would record the rings, and the hit would be shown in real time on the big screen. The previous hits were presented as green dots, and the current hit was shown as a red dot. After the coin-sized target was zoomed out, every spectator could see where the bullet hit the target. Because Jiang Chen was the first player to shoot, when the red dot first appeared on the big screen, almost all audiences around the world noticed this different shooter in the red dot that hit the bullseye. 10. Wait. That works. That must have been a lucky shot. You can hit a 10 by holding the rifle with one hand. I don't believe it. The camera gave Jiang Chen a close-up shot, and audiences all over the world were amazed by his one-hand posture. Although they thought it must have been a fluke, the audience still cheered him on. Jiang Chen did not pay any attention to the audience behind him, in fact, he didn't stop at all. He continued to pull the trigger with fluidity. The 10-meter air rifle qualifying round consisted of shooting 60 rounds of bullets from a standing position to a target 10 meters away. The total time limit including the test firing was 1 hour and 45 minutes. There was quite an ample amount of time, but Jiang Chen didn't plan to waste any time at all. With Peerless activated, it would put an excessive load on the body. There was another shot that landed on 10, and the reading jumped to 10.9. Without stopping, Jiang Chen kept holding the rifle with one hand and continued to pull the trigger. Following the new rules of the Rio Olympics, the 10-meter air rifle qualifying competition also introduced decimal points. Each player was required to fire 10 competition shots in each group for a total of 60 competition shots. The best score for a single shot was 10.9, and the 8 players with the best total score advanced to the final. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had already fired 10 shots and all of them hit the bullseye without exception. From the initial excitement to the now dumbfoundedness, the audience seemed to have forgotten to applaud. They just stared blankly at the player who used the air rifle as a pistol. Even the famous athletes like Zhu Qinan and Sokolov who stood not far from Jiang Chen all stopped aiming, as they looked at the number 14 position in a shocked state and looks of disbelief. In the audience, people whispered to each other. I heard that the target is only the size of a coin. I see, that's why I can't even see the bullseye. This marksmanship is too abnormal. Isn't it a little bit, Jiang Chen? Wait, this name, it can't be the same name, right? Wait, that's insane, another identity of the world's richest man is actually an Olympic athlete? The referee behind Jiang Chen kept his eyes fixed on his movements. He watched Jiang Chen pulling the trigger and the numbers on the electronic scoring system with disbelief. When he emptied the bullets in the magazine, he skillfully took the rifle down from the shooting rack and loaded the bullets into the magazine. You can take a break, you have 1 hour and 40 minutes left in the game. The referee reminded him. No need. The referee opened his mouth, but no words came out. In fact, he wanted to say, you can take a break, I'll get someone to see if the electronic scoring system is malfunctioning. However, with how nonchalant Jiang Chen looked, the referee couldn't say anything, so he watched him put the air rifle on the shooting rack, lean in, and continue to fire with one hand. A total of 60 bullets were all shot in less than 600 seconds. The athletes in positions 15 and 13 stood there blankly and completely forgot to shoot. I'm done, you go. Jiang Chen smiled at Matthew as he put the rifle aside and left the stadium in swift steps. Behind him were dumbfounded athletes and referees, and a group of dumbfounded spectators. The red dots on the electronic scoring system were almost strung together into a line, and the counter next to it was flashing with bright red numbers. 640. It was only 14 away from a maximum score of 654. Perhaps the stellar performance by the athlete at the 14th spot destroyed their confidence. Jiang Chen accidentally became the only player in the qualifying round to score more than 640. The result surprised everyone. However, the most surprising aspect was not the score, but the name attached to the score, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, whenever this name was mentioned, two names also appeared out of reflexive in the minds of most people in the world. Future Group and Celestial Trade. No matter which name, either was enough to push him to the throne of the richest man in the world. There were even rumors that his personal wealth had surpassed the Rothschild family, the financial ruler of the old world. He possessed enough wealth to challenge the entire Wall Street, and his assets were capable of purchasing half of the earth. However, a well-known powerful capitalist appeared in the stadium as an athlete, and he made a miracle that shocked the rest of the world. The sudden shift in identity shocked many. It was fine being the richest man in the world, but he also possessed unhuman athletic ability. You have everything going for you, how is everyone else going to compare? Matthew Emmons, the player that stood next to Jiang Chen, ranked 9th with a score of 613. This veteran who was originally viewed as a favorite to compete for the gold medal unexpectedly missed the final, which was a pity. At Matthew's age, this could be the last time he stood in the Olympic arena. However, he did not even make it to the finals. The 9th place in the qualifying round was the end of his career, which was quite a regrettable situation. With mixed emotions in his mind, he left the stadium. After he tossed his cap on the table in the lounge, he took a bottle of water from his coach and drank in silence. When he saw the replay on the screen, and the score of 640, his heart jerked fiercely. Matthew smashed the bottle on the ground and he suddenly stood up. I want to report, he definitely doped. Surprised eyes gathered on Matthew. Shooting coach Dickett was taken aback for a moment. Then, put his hands on Matthew's shoulder and looked at him with a serious expression. Who doped? Jiang Chen. Xin athlete Jiang Chen. Matthew stared at the screen with menace as he shouted in anger, how can a layman who can't even hold the rifle properly achieve a score of 640? Just because he has money he can buy the entire Olympic Committee to ignore his doping? I bet he must have taken banned drugs. If it is not banned drugs, then he must have used some other high-tech stuff. When Matthew said this, Dickett also realized something. Yes, how can an amateur athlete score an incredible 640? The possibility of doping was unlikely, but some kind of assisted aiming chip or similar things were definitely a possibility. The more he thought about the incredible technology of Future Group, the more he was convinced. And more importantly, once the accusation stands, Jiang Chen would definitely be inspected by the Olympic Committee. Then, the 9th place Matthew could enter the finals. Dickett's eyes brightened. He had completely lost hope before, but now, he saw new hope. I will immediately report to the WADA. Dickett looked into Matthew's eyes, as he said righteously, athletes who use despicable means to win the game must be punished. On the other side of the stadium, Jiang Chen was inside the lounge as he took a big swig from the functional drink specially provided by Future Biology from Qian Xiao. You are the most talented athlete I have ever seen. With a little bit of training, you have the hope of challenging the world record. Wang Tao was desperately trying to persuade Jiang Chen with strong excitement, so Jiang Chen had to put down his drink and wave his hand. I'll pass. You know I'm just here for fun. If I'm lucky, I'll get a gold medal. If not, that's okay. As for training, I have no interest in devoting my limited life to sports. Wang Tao shook his head in regret as Jiang Chen was completely unmoved. In fact, he knew that the achievements and benefits that the gold medal provided were limited to this genius. It was just a pity that such a talent would go to waste. If it were someone else, Wang Tao would never let such a talent go from his national team. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Wang Tao paused for a second, looked at the door, and said, "Please come in." After the door was pushed open, a middle-aged man in a suit with a hooked nose, followed by 3 others, walked into the XIN Athlete Lounge. After he scanned the room, his sight stopped on Jiang Chen and he walked to him. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Chen. We are observers of the Medical and Scientific Commission of the International Olympic Committee. My name is Griffin, and this is my assistant Hughes. We have received reports from other athletes and suspect that you maybe have taken banned substances or taken supplementary drugs containing banned substances during the competition. We will investigate you on the principle of fairness and justice. In order to avoid affecting your final results, we hope you can cooperate with our work." When Griffin said this, he did not lower his voice. Everyone in the lounge heard what he said, glanced at each other, and started to chatter in quiet voices. Doping? President Jiang is not that kind of person, right? But if there is no doping, how can you explain his score? Could it be, this is slander? Wang Tao stood up angrily. Just as he wanted to argue with that person, Jiang Chen grabbed him and gently pulled him back. I heard this right. Jiang Chen looked at Mr. Griffin in front of him as he almost couldn't contain his laughter. You can dope in an air rifle competition? Sorry for my honesty, but this is the first time I have heard about this. Griffin's expression was a little awkward. Doping in shooting competitions was not without precedent, but no one had ever won a championship by doping. After all, different from sports that tested physical fitness, shooting competitions required athletes to be highly concentrated. Calmness was the bigger factor in winning. Instead of doping, tranquilizers would probably work better. It was really a poor method to accuse a shooting athlete with doping. Jiang Chen let out a sigh as he saw Griffin and his assistant exchanged awkward looks. He then said earnestly, "If you really don't want to play fair, I can teach you. You just want Matthew to qualify, right? It's easy. Can't you just get him onto the stadium and have a rematch alone?" Nonsense. The assistant named Hughes flushed, but he insisted on putting on a righteous expression, which made him more comical. When did I say it was Matthew who reported you? The Olympic Committee will protect the privacy of every whistleblower. Maliciously guessing the identity of the whistleblower is liable for defamation. Do I even need to guess? Jiang Chen laughed, who doesn't know that the International Olympic Committee is run by the UA. Mr. Jiang, I also hope that you can cooperate with our test. If you have no issues, we will give you a fair answer. I don't think you want to be disqualified for the finals because you refuse a test, right? Griffin said. Of course, Jiang Chen readily agreed, as he extended his arm into a please gesture, please. Chapter 1356 World Record. The results of the anti-doping test soon came out. In order to prevent the anti-doping agency from doing tricks behind their backs, the Olympic Organizing Committee and the athlete's accompanying physician would accompany the entire anti-doping test process. If the athlete questioned the result of the first test, the athlete's request for another test would be at an expense of a few thousand US. However, it didn't need to be that troublesome. For Jiang Chen did not use something as unsophisticated as doping. Soon the test results came out. All test results related to doping returned negative, and the allegations against Jiang Chen's use of doping were not established. The accusation about the use of auxiliary equipment was even more absurd because the equipment worn by all athletes during the game had been strictly screened and it was impossible to bring anything into the stadium. Matthew was full of disappointment as the Olympic Medical and Scientific Committee signed all the results of the test and rejected Matthew's accusation. The results of number 14 contestant Jiang Chen were valid, and the athletes who made to the final round remained changed. The final of the 10-meter air rifle was in the afternoon. As the women 10-meter air rifle and the men 10-meter air rifle started almost simultaneously, the results of one of the two competitions would become the first gold medal given at this year's Olympics. After Jiang Chen finished the bento box prepared by Qian Xia in the lounge, he headed to the stadium fully refreshed and confident. Due to his amazing performance in the qualifying round, he attracted the attention of almost everyone in the audience as soon as he appeared. The audience welcomed him with thunderous applause. Audiences from Hua and Xian cheered for him, while most audiences from the UA booed him. However, they were eventually overwhelmed by the enthusiastic cheers. Jiang Chen waved to the supporters behind him, then confidently walked to his spot, grabbed the rifle, and pressed the rifle against his arm. Since the Rio Olympics, the shooting competition had changed from a scoring system to an elimination system. The fault tolerance rate of the competition was much lower, and a slight mistake could cost the athlete the game. The final consisted of 2 series of 3 shots, to be fired within 150 seconds, for a total of 6 shots. Followed by these 2 series, each finalist would fire 14 rounds on command with 50 seconds for each shot. From there, the lowest scoring finalist would be eliminated after every 2 rounds until the gold and silver medalists were determined. Without the need for tiebreakers, the 2 players that competed for gold and runner-up would shoot a total of 20 rounds in the final. In the finals, he got the 8th position, a very lucky number. The 7th player next to him was named Irvin Sktan, who came from the same country as Matthew, and qualified second in the qualifying round. The 22-year-old Irvine was known to be gifted in shooting competitions. Before he participated in the Olympics, he had won several gold medals in multiple international shooting events. There were also veteran athletes from Hua and Russia. As athletes from the 2 traditionally countries that were strong in shooting, the strength of these 2 athletes was also not to be underestimated. Your good luck should be used up. When Irvin walked beside Jiang Chen, Irvin grinned and provoked, "I'll keep an eye on you. Don't you dare to play tricks under my nose. Keep an eye on me." Jiang Chen laughed, "Then you better watch me closely, or else I'm going to finish the competition." Irvin wanted to say something, but before he had the chance, the finals had already begun. In the first 2 series of shooting, Jiang Chen placed the air rifle on the shooting stand, activated Peerless, and quickly fired 6 shots as he did in the qualifying round. Other than one shot that scored 10.6, all 5 shots ended with 10.8. This time, he controlled himself to avoid scoring an astounding score. But even so, there was a commotion in the audience. No one had been able to shoot at such a fast pace. After everyone saw this spectacular performance, even foreign audiences started to applaud. Especially for the Xian audience that specifically flew to Yodo to cheer on their athletes. If it was not for the fact that they were worried that noise could affect the performance of athletes, they would definitely shout out in excitement. "He shoots so fast. That's what I said. How can President Jiang dope? And how do you dope for a shooting competition? What are the idiots of the Olympic Committee thinking? I heard that the whistleblower was Matthew, the ninth one in the qualifiers. That makes sense, no wonder he did it. He just wants to get into the final. This kind of person should not be in the Olympics as he lacks sportsmanship. The discussion in the stands did not reach the athletes in the competition. In their position, the athletes from different countries adjusted their air rifle to the best state and placed it onto the stand. They were indeed world-class athletes. Since they already learned Jiang Chen's rapid shooting skills in the qualifying rounds, they were not affected by his incredible firing speed and accuracy in the finals. Without distraction, the other 7 athletes pulled their trigger down with a calm and collected mind. They completed these 2 series of 6 rounds in the allotted 300 seconds. Although they were not as fast as Jiang Chen, they were all in close contention for the gold. After the 2 warm-up rounds ended, almost every player had scored more than 10 points. The next round was the intense and exciting elimination round. Different from the long game time of the qualifying round, each of the next 14 shots had to be completed within 50 seconds. For Jiang Chen, it was nothing at all. He could easily fire all 14 shots within 50 seconds. But for other athletes, this part of the competition was not easy. The single-shot timing design magnified the pressure that athletes had to endure. This meant that if they make a mistake, they could be out of the competition before they could even fix their mistake. At this stage, the athlete's performance often fluctuated greatly, and a slight mistake could result in elimination. This was also precisely the exciting part of the whole game. The first 7 shots were very close, and when the 8th shot started, the competition quickly heated up. One person was eliminated every 2 shots until only one winner remained. When everyone saw the eliminated athletes leave the stadium, the athletes' hearts sped up involuntarily. They finished every motion from aiming to shooting as if they were walking on thin ice. In the end, there were only 2 people left on the court. Without looking at Jiang Chen next to him, Irvin ignored the shooting noises next to him and faint applause in the background. He took a deep breath and focused all his attention on his target. Like a formula in his brain, he simulated the trajectory in his brain. After he confirmed that it was correct, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot galloped away. Irvin's eyes quickly left the sight and looked at the familiar reading on the electronic target. When he saw the number clearly, he was so happy that he wanted to scream. 10.6. It was a score that was common in the first 19 shots, but it was very rare to appear in the last shot. Even for an Ironman, it was common to have mental fluctuation in the intense elimination round. And in this kind of competition, even the heart beating a beat faster could impact the score. Irvin was able to score 10.6 in his last shot. Counting the number of points he scored before, his final score totaled 208 points. Although it was still slightly lower than the world record, there was no suspense for the gold medal anymore. He looked at Jiang Chen next to him triumphantly. As he was about to mock Jiang Chen, his eyes suddenly stopped on Jiang Chen's points. Irvin was stunned. His first reaction was that he had read it wrong. Just when he wanted to rub his eyes and look again, the referee's voice announced the gold medal of the game and it completely shattered his dream. "It's impossible!" Irvin exclaimed. The exclamation was quickly drowned out by the thunderous applause and cheers of the audience. Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hand at the audience as he responded to the excited crowd. A dark horse was born, and the first gold in the Olympics was picked up by Xian. With a score of 216 points, Jiang Chen broke the 210.6 points world record set by Qian Shueqiao at the Munich International Shooting Sports Federation and refreshed the world record by 5 points. Soon after the qualifying round, Matthew, who narrowly missed the finals, sent a tweet that satirized Xian athletes who doped to steal his spot in the finals. His tweet attracted the sympathy and support of countless netizens from the UA. However, as soon as the test results came out, he was put into a very difficult situation. His situation became worse when Jiang Chen broke the world record this afternoon and won the gold medal that should have belonged to him. All his bitterness instantly overwhelmed his remaining rationality. If he admitted defeat from the beginning, he could turn the page on this entire fiasco. However, he couldn't accept this fact and sent out another tweet to satirize Future Biology. The tweet stated that Future Biology used advanced technology to help their president cheat the anti-doping agency. It was not an athlete that broke the world record, but the advanced technology of Future Group. Originally, Jiang Chen didn't intend to be bothered by anybody, and he didn't even take the Olympic Committee seriously. However, as the boss, even if he could swallow this accusation, his employees could not easily accept this false accusation. At noon of the same day, Future 1.0 pushed a piece of 500-word news, screenshots of 2 of Matthew's tweets and attached a paragraph from Tao Ming, CEO of Future Biology. Since you don't trust the WADA, World Anti-Doping Agency, anti-doping technology so much, then we will help you for free. On the same day, Future Biology sent a medical team, signed a cooperation agreement with the Nippon Olympic Organizing Committee, conducted surprise inspections on 560 athletes from the UAE living in the Olympic Village, took their urine samples, and brought them back to the laboratory for testing. The surprise inspection of Future Biology and Nippon Olympic Organizing Committee shocked the International Olympic Committee. The president of the Olympic Committee, Eston, immediately made an announcement stating that the Olympic Committee would not recognize the test results of Future Biology, and before the results came out, he pushed the narrative of retaliation on Future Biology. It is the responsibility of the International Olympic Committee and WADA to conducting anti-doping tests and ensure that the game is conducted fairly. Cooperating in the implementation of anti-doping testing is the obligation and responsibility of the organizer of the Olympic Organizing Committee of the host country, but it has no right to sign an agreement with unqualified medical institutions to conduct testing outside of the rules. The International Olympic Committee reiterated that the results of Future Biology will not have any enforcement effect. The International Olympic Committee will not refer to the results, and participating athletes do not need to cooperate in the test. However, the Olympic Committee apparently underestimated the reputation of Future Biology. This announcement did not receive the slightest agreement from the public but attracted a lot of boos instead. Future Biology is unqualified. Are you kidding? When the T-virus crisis broke out, the research institution of the T-virus vaccine was Future Biology. If Future Biology was an obscure research institution, perhaps this statement would receive agreement from the public and get fooled by the Olympic Committee. But unfortunately, Future Biology was not only well known, but it was as reputable as the world-famous Future Technology and Future Heavy Industries. Not only because of the Future brand but also because of the main product, nutrient supply. As the only healthy and effective liquid food, the variety of flavors and calorie content had already filled 80% of the supermarket shelves around the world. Everyone remembered what Future Biology did, especially for an incident like the T-virus incident. An advanced medical institution was now labeled as unqualified. What was the Olympic Committee trying to hide? When the results from Future Biology were released, the whole world was in an uproar. The International Olympic Committee has lost their face this time. Zhang Yaping laughed. Out of the 560 athletes from the UAE, 240 athletes' urine samples were believed to contain doping ingredients. The highlight of this Olympics is no longer competitions. It is how many gold medals will be produced on the list of banned drugs. Some people even suggest that to create an additional gold medal ranking for pharmaceutical companies, so that these unsung heroes who silently contribute to sports will also come on stage to show their faces. For a long time, the development of doping agents had led to the development of detection methods for about 5 to 10 years, and it was constantly advancing with the advancement of technology. It was also why athletes' urine was often frozen for more than 8 years to review previous results after a breakthrough in anti-doping technology. However, for Future Biology, this kind of obstacle did not exist. After all urine samples were tested, Future Biology did not announce the results of the tests. Instead, they published a list of the ingredients they found in the samples that were identified as positive, the suspected banned drugs that could have been taken, and the concentration of the chemicals in the samples. It was no longer simply a petty move, but a total retaliation, a slap to the face. The athletes from UA probably all hated Matthew. Originally, no one would find out what banned substance they took. But because of his tweets, he angered Future Group, and no one came out on top from this exchange. They really did lose their faces, but now they don't care about their faces anymore. Jiang Chen grinned. Just yesterday, they published the therapeutic use exemption list. A total of 204 athletes from UA were on the list. By coincidence, these 204 people happened to be on our list. Therapeutic use exemption was the get-out-of-jail-free card issued by WADA, which appeared widely in various international competitions. Since the word was created, its infamous name was criticized because of the large degree of flexibility and WADA's double standard. Critics believed that therapeutic use exemption was a distortion of the anti-doping rules, which was equivalent to issuing a license for the use of prohibited substances. The facts also proved that this criticism was not unfounded. A very simple set of data could reflect the dirty tricks employed by WADA on establishing double standards. In 2015, the number of athletes from the UA who applied for the therapeutic use exemption was as high as 653, and 402 were passed. In the same year, only 54 athletes from Russia applied, and the number of approved was less than 20. Healthy athletes legally used substances others could not use, but people with serious disabilities were unable to participate in the Paralympics simply because of suspension. The situation seemed more obscure because WADA claimed that, based on the need to protect the privacy of athletes, unless under special circumstances, the agency would not publish the list of athletes under the therapeutic use exemption unless the athlete's consent is obtained. What defines special circumstances? Of course, it was when their own was caught using banned substances, and a suitable excuse was needed. For example, this tainted athlete did not use banned substances, but for therapeutic purposes, the athlete had mistakenly used drugs containing banned substance. In any case, since so many athletes who were supposed to participate in the Paralympics took the initiative to participate in the Olympics, in terms of spirit, we must applaud them. Zhang Yaping and Jiang Chen glanced at each other and laughed out together. Jiang Chen was the first to stop laughing and started to cough. He picked up the cup from the table and took a sip of the tea to soothe his throat. Regardless, we did bring home a gold medal, and this Olympics is a worthwhile trip for me. To be honest, did you cheat? Zhang Yaping smiled. Your marksmanship is so good. I don't believe it. It depends on how you define the word cheating. Jiang Chen smiled and shook two fingers. But I can promise two things. One is that I didn't use banned substances. The second is that I did not use auxiliary equipment. Though I didn't spend any effort on training, I did it through my efforts. He was right. Although genetic vaccine could release the potential of human genes, the extent to which these potentials buried deep in the genes could be stimulated depended on the users themselves. For Jiang Chen, whether it was Fury or Peerless, he risked his life to unlock them. Are there any plans to represent the Xian shooting team in Paris for years from now on? Zhang Yaping said with a smile. I'm not interested. For me, a gold medal is enough. Jiang Chen waved his hand and continued in a light-hearted tone. And I am more interested in becoming the organizer than an athlete. I suggest you can try to bid for the Olympics. Penglai is fully capable of hosting the 2028 Olympics. I can guarantee this. I will study your opinion seriously. Zhang Yaping nodded happily. What are your plans next? Do you want to go back with me, or wait here until the closing ceremony? I still have something to deal with. I may stay here for a bit longer, so you can go back first. As Jiang Chen leaned back against the sofa, he said casually. Why do I feel like you're up to no good again? Zhang Yaping grinned as he responded. Up to no good. Jiang Chen smirked, I'm just going to take back what belongs to me. Under both domestic and international pressure, the Nippon-UA Security Treaty eventually collapsed. Based on the agreement signed by Nippon, XIN, and Celestial Trade Marines boarded large transport planes and arrived at the Yodo military base. In addition to the 2,000 soldiers, 20 Aurora 20s and 50 Tiger II tanks also landed in Nippon. Nominally, they were leased to the Nippon Defense Force, but in fact, the move was to supervise the withdrawal of UA troops from Nippon. The negotiation was expected to be a tug-of-war. Jiang Chen met Hill at the New Otani Hotel. The last time they met was about a year ago. When the two countries' navies had a showdown in the Western Pacific, Jiang Chen had a brief video call with her. The two sides almost put the nuclear button on the negotiating table. Fortunately, all the nuclear missiles stayed inside the silo. Celestial Trade succeeded in defending their border, and the UA was forced to choose rationality. It was precisely because the negotiation that day ended peacefully that people all over the world could sit in front of the TV and watch this world-class sports event today. But these were events that happened in the past. Although only a year had passed, Jiang Chen could still clearly feel that she aged much more compared to the year before. Whether it was the wrinkles at the corner of her eyes or the white hair near her ears, it was visible that the last few months of her term had not been pleasant. These military installations were rebuilt by the UA military and used for nearly a century. We cannot unilaterally end the security treaty because of your agreement with Nippon. I hope you can carefully consider your decision today. The end to the Nippon-UA Security Treaty will make the entire Asia-Pacific region strategically unbalanced, which will definitely not be in your national interest, Hill said seriously as she stared into the eyes of Prime Minister of Nippon. The Prime Minister looked helpless and eyed Jiang Chen, who sat on the other side. The first problem can be solved easily. Pack it up and take what you can take away. If you can't take it away, blow it up or sell it to us at a discount, we'll take everything. Jiang Chen, who sat on the sofa, gently tapped the armrest as he responded with a pleasant expression, as for the second issue, why does the strategic balance in Asia matter to you? You should pay attention to your allies down south, that's your front garden. When Hill heard Jiang Chen's mention of South America, anger burned in her chest. However, she was the president of a country after all and thus did not respond to the provocation in Jiang Chen's words, and she did not even show any negative emotions on her face. Rather, she continued calmly. $500 billion, this is our bottom line. How about this, we won't buy it anymore. Jiang Chen sighed, where do you want to move these military bases? As long as they are on Earth, we will build one for you as they were for free. $500 billion. Fool. Your national defense expenditure for the whole year is not this number, right? This money can build another space elevator, let alone 88 military bases. The two sides were deeply divided over the compensation issue. Jiang Chen's bottom line was 60 billion XIN new dollars, with each base compensated at an average price of 700 million. However, Hill insisted on the 500 billion figure and demanded that the settlement be settled in dollars. Jiang Chen did not expect to be able to reach an agreement on the first day. After a heated round of negotiation, the two sides finally chose to put aside the issue for the time being and start the next topic of the time for withdrawal. The withdrawal time is too short. 1 year is not enough. We can reduce the number of military bases from 88 to 10 in 10 years, and withdraw all soldiers stationed in Nippon in the next 2 years. 10 years? Jiang Chen laughed and shook his head, and put up one finger, at most 1 year. If you don't have enough planes, we can reimburse your tickets for free. Not only people need to be withdrawn, but also weapons and equipment. 10 years is not an exaggeration. It took us nearly a century to deploy these weapons. Carey, who was next to Hill, quibbled. Your personnel can be evacuated in batches. You can transport your weapons and equipment to South Korea first, and then slowly drag them home. In other words, if you don't have enough transport capacity, you can come to us. Celestial Trade is not only a military contractor, but we are also in the shipping business. With his fingers crossed and placed above his one knee, Jiang Chen said with a smile as he responded to Carrie who sat across from him. From the very beginning, he had predicted that this negotiation would be a tug of war. Regardless of the compensation for the relocation or the time of withdrawal, the divides between Celestial Trade, Nippon, and the UA were huge. Nippon proposed that the Yokosuka military base must be relocated immediately. However, the UA's opinion was that the Yokosuka military base, as the headquarters of the UA military in Nippon, should be the last to go. Celestial Trade's requirement was that regardless of when the Yokosuka base would be relocated, the 7th Fleet deployed in Nippon must be withdrawn immediately. After a week of negotiations, the two sides finally reached an agreement on troop withdrawal. Celestial Trade would pay 10 billion new dollars to the UA in one lump sum payment, and Nippon would pay 60 billion dollars to the UA over 4 years. The withdrawal plan would officially commence in March next year, which would be the first month after the end of Hill's term. Jiang Chen did not raise too many concerns for the withdrawal plan proposed by Hill, but he emphasized that it must be completed within a year, that is, by March 2022. Although this opponent had caused him a lot of trouble, in general, she was still a respectable opponent. Since it was already an unlucky run for her, there was no need to destroy her remaining dignity. The UA made considerable concessions in terms of the amount of compensation and the time for withdrawal. In exchange, Jiang Chen handed over 10,000 NATO coalition force and a ceasefire agreement. In a sense, Hill's astronomical demand was aimed at these 2 points. In addition, the 7th Fleet was scheduled to depart for Guam at the end of this month, accompanied by 2,000 Marines. In the reception room of the new Otani Hotel, the representatives of the 3 parties signed their own names on 3 identical agreements. After Jiang Chen collected the agreement, he was about to leave with his loot. However, Carrie blocked his way and stared right at him. Celestial Trade shouldn't have existed from the beginning. You are just troublemakers. If you still have a little conscience, you should immediately dissolve your stupid company, Carrie said one word at a time. Dissolve? Then what? Jiang Chen sneered, depend on you to resist the colonial ship from Gliese 581. Accept the reality, we can do better than you. And with all due respect, you are the troublemakers, our existence just created trouble for you to create trouble. Carrie was slightly taken aback. Jiang Chen said the last sentence in Mandarin. For a while, he didn't understand the subject-verb-object relationship. When he realized what Jiang Chen had meant, his eyebrows suddenly raised, but when he was about to rebuttal, Jiang Chen was already long gone. Time soon reached the end of the month. Although there were still countless reluctances, the UA finally fulfilled the promises in the agreement and initiated the first withdrawal procedure at the end of August. Amongst the cheers of the Yokosuka citizens, the flagship of the 7th Fleet departed from the port and headed towards the Pacific Ocean. After they learned the news of the UA withdrawal, the protesting citizens celebrated this historic moment and even set off fireworks at the gate of the UA military base. Although this behavior drew protests from the embassy and was quickly stopped by the police and the garrison, it still did not affect the celebratory mood of the Yokosuka people at this moment. However, they didn't know that the fortress in front of them just received a new owner. 2 years from now, when the UA completed its withdrawal, Celestial Trade would take over here, and Nippon would never be able to get rid of the foreign troops to become a normal country. But in any case, for these citizens, it was a great victory and a day worth celebrating. About a few months later, the mayor of Yokosuka proposed that this day would become a city holiday, and it received overwhelming support, but these were for later. The UA fulfilled their promises, and Jiang Chen didn't break his promise either. On the second day after the 7th Fleet left Yokosuka port, Jiang Chen fulfilled the promise he made in the agreement. He called FARC leader Timochenko and Moro General and President Santos. He explained the requirements for ceasefire and release of NATO troops. So far, FARC had captured Bogotá, the capital of Colombia, and it was only one step away from gaining full control of Medellín, an important city in the central region. Now the entire Andes in Colombia was controlled by FARC guerrillas, and the southern provinces of Colombia had also fallen into the hands of FARC. The government force was forced to retreat along the Gulf of Mexico to the northern coast of Colombia along with the NATO coalition force. It was not an exaggeration to say that FARC was one step away from controlling Colombia. The phone call from Jiang Chen at this time undoubtedly ruined Timochenko's dream of being the president and divided the country into two, North and South Colombia. Although he was extremely reluctant and unwilling, Timochenko nodded and agreed to Jiang Chen's request. He slowly sent representatives to contact the Colombian government and initiated the ceasefire negotiation process. As for Santos, he had no opinion as he listened to what Jiang Chen said. He immediately agreed to the ceasefire agreement. When the captured NATO soldiers were told that they could go home before the end of the next month, they almost cried with excitement. This more than a month of life was not only torture to their bodies, but also torture to their arrogant self-esteem. Before they set foot on the battlefield, they originally thought it would be an asymmetrical war. However, when the EMP strike arrived, they experienced firsthand who was on the losing side. As the ceasefire agreement entered into force, South Colombia had controlled 80% of Colombia's territory. Although the Mexican coast was under the control of the government and NATO coalition force, the most important borders with Panama, Peru, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Brazil were all controlled by South Colombia. At this point, Celestial Trade's global grid plan finally made a breakthrough in South America. When Celestial Trade sent a team of engineers to Colombia, it also sent sales representatives to South American countries and began negotiations with the governments. As the seventh largest economy ranked 10th in the world's electricity generation, Brazil was still very interested in the global grid plan, and almost without hesitation, it agreed to the terms. It became the third South American country after South Colombia to join the grid. A transmission cable would run north from Ecuador into southern Colombia, through the Andes and the Amazon jungle, cross Colombia's border into Brazil, and finally merge into Brazil's national grid. This transmission network would be completed by the end of the year. By then, most of South America would be tied to the global grid plan and the war chariot of Celestial Trade. In early September, the Yodo Olympics finally came to an end with the final gold medal determined. Due to the doping scandal, this Olympics came to an end amidst countless doubts and criticisms. Fortunately, until the closing ceremony ended, there were no more twists and turns. The ranking of gold medals was released. Due to the impact of the banned substances list published by Future Biology, although the Olympic Committee protected the athletes from the UA on the therapeutic use exemptions under pressure, it was undeniable that the performance of those athletes was impacted. The total number of gold medals won by the UA unprecedentedly fell to fourth place. In contrast, Hua and Russia secured first and second places respectively. As for Xian, unfortunately, as it was the country's first time participating in the Olympics, Xian only won one gold medal in total. The gold medal was the one around Jiang Chen's neck. The 10-meter air rifle champion, the first gold medal in the Yodo Olympics, and the first gold medal for Xian in the Olympics. Regardless of whether the Chinese people waiting for the result in front of their TV were satisfied, Jiang Chen was pleased with the result. This gold medal would be placed at the most visible spot in his office, in a place immediately visible once the door was open. On the night of the closing ceremony, in order to celebrate the only gold medal, Xian's athletes held a party in the hotel late into the night. As the protagonist of the party, Jiang Chen was taken advantage of by the well-built female athletes, and he had a lot of alcohol. This time he didn't use the storage dimension to cheat, so he was really drunk in the end. He vaguely recalled that he was sandwiched between two beautiful gymnasts who helped him back to his room. Later, something seemed to have happened. However, when he woke up at noon, he only saw the pillows and beddings tossed on the ground, a glass of water on the bedside table, as well as the decoction medicine prepared for him by the hotel staff. At first, he thought it was just because the athletes were more excited. Later, he learned from Coach Wang Tao that this situation was not surprising in the Olympics, and it could be even considered as a culture of the Olympics. I don't want to make too many comments on this, but if you live in the Olympic Village for a while, I bet you will see even more exciting scenes. I remember when I was in Rio 4 years ago, the organizer prepared 450,000 condoms for the athletes in the village, setting the highest record in the history of the Olympics, and it was also the only Olympic Games where the condoms didn't run out. More exciting? Jiang Chen asked curiously. You know, where a group of people, Wang Tao coughed and made a vague gesture. If you get it, then you get it, if you don't get it, you don't get it. Everyone here is fit, full of hormones. When the time is no longer tense, it's not surprising what happens next. In short, what happens in the Olympic Village stays in the Olympic Village. Do you know what I mean? No one will interfere with each other's life and family after. I probably understand what you mean. Jiang Chen touched his nose awkwardly and did not continue this topic. He was not a man of integrity and did not mind what happened that night. His only regret was that he didn't remember that face. Maybe there were two faces. The apocalypse, the west coast of North America. The laborers in ragged clothes pushed carts forward as they moved between the steel reinforcements under the order of the supervisor. They delivered the cement and concrete bricks to the hands of the construction workers. The huge construction trucks drove back and forth between the concrete walls, and a giant fortress started to take its shape. Based on the NAC military government's plan for this place, this fortress would be the first phase of the colony. The second phase and third phase of the project would center around this fortress and expand out to functional blocks such as residential, commercial, industrial, logistics, distribution centers, ports, and even entertainment. As the governor of this colony, Zhou Guoping was living in the moment. When he recalled the conversation with Jiang Chen in Shangjing, he was very grateful for the decision he made at the time. Instead of choosing to return to the prosperous Huanghai for retirement, he came to this undeveloped land. Rather than spending the rest of his life trembling in the shadow of Chu Nan and always worrying about possible revenge, why would he not enjoy his life as the ruler of the distant North America? The funds allocated by the logistics department and all the credits on him were turned into tools and raw materials for construction. Zhou Guoping took the appointment letter signed by the general himself and took the transport ship built by the NAC shipyard through the safe passage of the Bering Strait. He arrived on the west coast along with reinforcements. Not long after he arrived, he quickly implemented NAC's colonial policy, played to the advantages of localized management, used interests to unite some survivors, and then drove those with vested interests to assist them in enslaving the other survivors. At present, there were already 20,000 laborers working on the construction site as they worked tirelessly to contribute to the NAC colony. The price they paid was only 100 boxes of canned food, 2 truckloads of instant noodles, and tens of thousands of fruit-flavored high-calorie nutrient supplies. It won't be long before this place become a paradise envied by North American survivors, and as the governor of this colony, he would also become the one above all. And all this was something he never dared to imagine. On the outskirt of the construction site, a pair of poorly equipped mercenaries patrolled the area. Half a month ago, their name was the Blood Axe Mercenaries. Although they kept their name, they were hired by NAC as long-term partners. Their usual tasks were patrolling and occasionally dealt with some issues they didn't even consider as issues. As the leader of the mercenaries, Blood Axe was very satisfied with his current life. He was not only satisfied because of the compensation offered by NAC, but also because he and his boys left their precarious days and now lived a life without worry. With his brand new rifle, Blood Axe, as usual, led his boys to patrol the edge of this concrete fortress. He would from time to time look into the distance with his binoculars. Not far away, dust floated in the air. After he confirmed that there was a convoy approaching, Blood Axe notified the colony with his radio out of protocol, and then took his boys to stop the vehicles. "Stop. It's NAC territory ahead, please explain your intentions." The convoy stopped, and the mercenaries on the truck jumped down one after another. Blood Axe gestured to his boys behind him, opened the safety of the rifle in his hand, and carefully examined the mercenaries with unknown intentions in front of him. "We are the Black Skulls of Nevada." A black brawny man walked forward to about 10 meters in front of Blood Axe. He signed to the mercenaries behind him to put away their weapons and expressed his harmless intention. He then looked at Blood Axe with a grin. "We have no ill intentions. We're just here to discuss business with you." Black Skulls. A frightening name in Nevada. They relied on their heavy firepower and modified all-terrain assault vehicles that traversed through the endless desert like a gust of wind. Due to their aggressive combat style, they were a nightmare for the merchant fleets between California and Nevada. In addition to plundering merchants, attacking double-headed cattle herds, and occasionally fighting with mutated human tribes, they occasionally engaged in slave trade. Especially in the past few months, the profits of slave trade had become more and more lucrative, and they seemed to have changed their business focus and turned slave trade into their main channel of profit. The growing slave trade was closely connected with the outsiders on the West Coast. NAC's large-scale construction work required a lot of labor. Their non-rejection attitude made the slave market in California, which had experienced a continued period of sluggish demand, suddenly spike up. In the desert of Nevada, there were hundreds of public or private fallout shelters. The inhabitants of these shelters were the cheapest slaves on the North American wasteland. Not only did they have poor survivability, but they also couldn't do much heavy work. Few survivors were willing to pay for them. However, after the arrival of this group of outsiders, this situation changed drastically. The rich yellow men seemed to have a soft spot for such survivors who emerged from the fallout shelter. Especially for engineers or scientists who hold advanced skill certificates in a certain field, NAC even offered a high price of a box of canned fresh meat. It was canned meat. In any survivor force, a box of canned meat with the NAC anti-counterfeiting label could be exchanged for bullets of the same weight. And the bullets were high-quality standard bullets, far superior compared to the inferior bullets circulating in the black market. Even the survivors in the capital on the East Coast heard of the name NAC. It was not difficult to imagine the shock NAC brought to the North American survivors. 500 slaves, all from fallout shelters. The powerful black man pointed to the group of malnourished slaves on the truck, grinned at the NAC officer, and rubbed his hands in eagerness. "Let me take a look at your goods. After we evaluate these people, you will naturally see what belongs to you." The officer in the kinetic skeleton said blankly, then signaled to the soldiers behind him. Under the escort of 2 medical staff and 4 soldiers, they walked to the truck. The mercenaries around the truck stepped aside as they cleared a path. As usual, before the transaction, NAC medical staff made a comprehensive assessment of the quality of the slaves. From health status to physical attributes, as well as simple inquiry and assessment of professional knowledge and skills. After an anxious wait, the black man finally saw his payment: 20 boxes of canned meat, 10 tons of rice, and a box of high-quality cigarettes. If he pulled these things to Minutemen-controlled Liberty City 100 kilometers away, these could easily sell for 400,000 bottle caps. If he brought these goods to the even further Texas, he could sell them for a high price of 600,000 bottle caps. After he happily ordered his men to load the goods, they climbed back into the truck and drove away. From beginning to end, Blood Axe looked blankly at the situation, but deep inside, he was astonished as a Californian. Although his range of activities did not include the eastern desert, any survivor in California would not be unfamiliar with the reputation of Black Skulls. Whether it was the California National Guard or the militia, Minutemen, these gangsters with skull turbans had never respected any organization. But at this moment, in front of NAC, they were acting like honest people doing business. It felt like the sun just rose from the west. Maybe these outsiders could bring real order to the chaotic and lawless California. With this idea that even he himself found unrealistic, Blood Axe greeted the NAC officer and walked towards the other side of the colony with his boys. In the modern world, the sky above Yodo International Airport was pristine and clear. Athletes from all over the world boarded the flight home and left the city. In the far land between North and South Colombia on the other side of the Pacific, the ceasefire agreement finally came into effect. On the premise of NATO's recognition of the Timoshenko government's actual control over South Colombia, Timoshenko agreed to unconditionally release more than 10,000 captured coalition soldiers in exchange for 2,000 soldiers who had been captured by NATO and North Colombia. On the surface, it appeared to be the generosity of the Timoshenko government, but anyone who understood politics recognized this as a political move. The UA's compromise on Nippon was exchanged for Celestial Trade's concession on the Colombia issue. As for the interests of the Colombian people, they were not considered by either party from the beginning. After Timoshenko, who had been dealing with official duties, hung up Jiang Chen's call, he stood in front of Bolivar's portrait at the presidential palace in Bogotá. He silently smoked several cigars as his eyes stayed fixated on the portrait. FARC was only one step away from reunifying the whole country. Even the NATO coalition force could not stop the defeat of government force. However, Colombia was now divided into two and became two countries. Although he felt dissatisfied, he couldn't think of any other way. He knew the role he played in this game and he knew who handed him everything he owned today. Timoshenko had no doubt that if he dared to turn on Celestial Trade, he would fall ill and die in a few days because he smoked too much cigars, or for some other reasons, and then there would be a more obedient puppet to take power to become the new leader of FARC with the support of Celestial Trade. Peace arrived in a hurry. With glory and bounty, the Moro soldiers sang a triumphant song and withdrew from the Colombian battlefield. The turbulent situation in South America finally returned into the former peace. Although everyone knew that the peaceful facade was built on compromise. Kwai looked at the G100 that disappeared into the light blue sky with a complex expression. Her right hand clenched tightly to her sleeve and she pressed against her chest. Last night, the devil finally spared her. She was almost broken. Then he had dinner with her in the restaurant on the top floor. Until now, she couldn't believe that she could put on normal clothes and walk out of the room intact. She still vividly remembered the words left by the man with the evil smile at the candlelight table last night. Don't lie to yourself. If you really hate what I did to you, you would have poured this bowl of potato soup on my face. Don't use any excuses like being afraid to lie to yourself, you should be very clear what the real reason is, why don't you admit it honestly? TSK, don't look at me with such a scary expression. I have given you more than once the opportunity to choose whether to continue or not, but the choice your body made has been far more honest than the expression on your face. With confusion and loss in her eyes, Kwai repeatedly chewed the words that made her waver. She didn't understand why she became like this. She obviously should hate him, and she wished he could die at the next moment. However, at this moment, when she saw the flight that disappeared into the horizon, there was a trace of reluctance and longing in the softest part of her heart. Whether she admitted it or not, that man had left an indelible mark on her. On board the G100, Jiang Chen looked away from the grounding disappearing underneath him and started to rest in the decompression seat. After half an hour, when he opened his eyes again, the private jet had appeared over Coro Island and had begun its descent towards Coro International Airport. When Aisha saw him at the VIP tunnel at the airport, she plunged into Jiang Chen's arms, stamped a passionate kiss on his lips, and buried her forehead into his chest. Although it had only been less than a month, she could no longer suppress her overflowing emotions. I heard you did something dangerous over there again. After they go in the car, Aisha behind the steering wheel complained quietly, you could have gotten Gil to do this. If you really don't believe in her ability, you can leave it to me. Danger is a stretch. It's not the first time I went to a military base. Jiang Chen laughed and rubbed Aisha's silky hair. How have you been doing these days? I've been alright, Aisha smiled. Lilith has become obsessed with diving recently. Sister Shiyu, and Natasha took her to the ocean every weekend. Unbelievable. That little girl would actually like things outside the virtual world. I thought she would not be able to live without the internet. Jiang Chen grinned. Sometimes, Jiang Chen was really curious about the world through the eyes of an advanced artificial intelligence with emotions. Whenever he talked about his view of the world, Lilith's attitude had always been ambiguous. Perhaps she was not even aware that as a string of data, how many terabytes of variables were between herself and reality. Back home, Jiang Chen kissed Xia Shiyu and Natasha. Then, he reached out and rubbed Lilith's head, who was also standing in the hallway. Finally, he returned to the office. Almost as soon as he sat down, he received a call from Celestial City. The call was from Kelvin. News came from the distant Mars colony. 300 scientific researchers had successfully received the flower of memory. After a week of observation, they did not observe any adverse side effects. After Jiang Chen learned the good news, he immediately asked him to transfer the call to the Mars colony. During the call, Dr. Amos quickly greeted Jiang Chen and then started to joke. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Without any regard for the decision Jiang Chen would make, Dr. Amos made the decision for him and continued. The good news is that our gains are amazing. The Gaia civilization has gone quite far in the research of materials, gravity, and planetary environment, far beyond the imagination of modern physics. Especially in the field of hadron materials, their research has completely changed our understanding of materials science and particle physics. I remember you mentioning a piece of bad news, Jiang Chen said. The bad news is that I am drooling whenever I see the specimen of devil worms. There seem to be strange things mixed in with the flower of memory. In addition to the knowledge of the Gaia, there are also their recipes. Jiang Chen processed what he had just heard for a moment before he laughed out loud. That's easy, I can have someone prepare one for you. Steamed or fried? Forget it, I want to live longer. Amos rolled his eyes, paused for a moment, and continued, in the next 2 months, we will use the knowledge in our brains and generate research papers, sort them out and upload them to the Celestial database. You can look forward to the extent to which the knowledge in our database will be enriched in 2 months. I'll look forward to that day. Jiang Chen nodded happily. After he bantered a bit more with Dr. Amos, he ended the call. The North American colony in the apocalypse. Zhou Guoping summoned the officials and held a quick meeting in the governor's mansion. The first phase of the project is only halfway to completion and we need more slaves to contribute to our colony. Now our colony is quite crowded and the construction site is filled with refugees from other places. I suggest we immediately begin the second phase of the project by developing the residential area outside the fortress. We are colonists, and we are not here to do charity work in North America. We are feeding more than 30,000 laborers, and that's more than enough. What we need now is money, not more people, Zhou Guoping emphasized again. It's not caps, nor crystals, but credit points. Even if he never implemented the system himself, he had seen its action. After the time he spent at the 6th Street, Hongqing, and Shangjing in underground activities, even if he was not too gifted in governing, he was not blind. For example, he knew the most important point, that was, no matter what you do, you cannot do without money. Now that the budget was nearing depletion, the first and foremost important issue was to solve the funding problem. The funding here did not refer to North American survivors, but to the credit points that circulated in the NAC. From the most basic construction steel to the high-end munitions production line, the amount of material in this new colony was much higher than it appeared. The only thing that they didn't lack was food, and refugees were attracted by food. Food was always a great commodity sold everywhere. However, if they just relied on food alone, it would be difficult to exchange for the real goods from these ordinary survivors. Whether the National Guard or Minutemen, they all held a cautious attitude towards NAC's actions on the West Coast. In particular, the self-proclaimed righteous National Guard, with pre-war thinking, regarded NAC as the remnants of the Pan-Asia cooperation. Although they did not take any hostile actions towards the NAC outpost, they were never friendly either. Just as the people around the table were discussing how to develop the local specialties of the colony to draw investors from the 6th Street Inn, a messenger ran in. After he saluted, he reported to Zhou Guoping. Our reconnaissance team witnessed a large number of mud crabs in an abandoned port 10 kilometers away from the colony. It is suspected that there is a nest there. Don't bother me with such trivial things. Zhou Guoping waved his hand impatiently. Do what you should do. Yes. After the messenger saluted again, he ran out. However, before he even took 2 steps, Zhou Guoping suddenly stopped him. Wait, Zhou Guoping stopped the messenger. The soldier stopped, turned around, and saluted again. What else, sir? What is the difference between the mud crabs here compared to the mud crabs in Asia? Zhou Guoping's eyes turned while he touched his chin. Before the messenger had time to answer, another NAC officer sitting at the conference table responded with confusion in his tone. Bigger, lighter in color, crab claws with serrated barbs, crab roe is milky white. Is there any problem? No problem, it's just that I suddenly thought of Ijo. Remember the crab roe from the Ijo Island colony? I ate it once and it was delicious. Zhou Guoping licked his lips as fascination appeared in his eyes as well as a touch of excitement. Just now, he suddenly thought of a good way to make money. The North American colony could follow the example of Ijo Island and cultivate aquatic products like mud crabs in coastal areas. By that time, he could give these North American mud crabs a new name, one distinguished enough to sell its milky crab roes to the 6th Street. It would definitely have a market. Clean up that abandoned port, and collect all the mud crab eggs. Roger. The messenger gave a military salute and turned away. Outside the abandoned port, rusty containers were piled up randomly, and destroyed goods were scattered everywhere. For strange reasons, a large cargo ship beached on the shore, and half of the ship ran aground on the slope-like shore, covered by countless seaweeds from the sea. With plenty of food and suitable humidity, this semi-humid environment was the most optimal for mud crabs. Early the next morning, the roar of the engine from a distance broke the tranquility of the abandoned port. More than a dozen trucks, escorted by 4 assault-armored vehicles, parked in the open space in front of the port. Soldiers with rifles jumped off the truck one after another. A small part of them was from the NAC army while most of them were mercenaries composed of local survivors. Everyone was divided into 2 teams and assembled in front of the vehicles. The NAC officer in power armor walked to the front of the team and shouted in a hoarse voice. Okay, cheer up, lads. You have already received your mission, so I won't repeat it here. If we are lucky, we can eat fresh grilled crab roe at noon. What if you are not lucky? Someone couldn't help but ask. Then you'll be turned into crab roe. NAC engineers stepped forward, placed explosives on the bulkhead of the cabin, and quickly retreated. With the weapons provided by the NAC, the mercenaries at the forefront stood by at a safe distance from the explosion as they eagerly fiddled with the new equipment in their hands. With a loud bang, the rusty cabin was blasted open with a hole half a person high. With the rocket launcher provided by NAC soldiers, Blood Axe rushed into the freighter on the shore first. He pointed the rocket launcher at a mud crab that made a hoarse noise and pulled the trigger. As a trail of smoke left the rocket launcher, the flame illuminated the other end of the ship. After he tossed the launcher away, Blood Axe quickly equipped the rifle behind his back and unleashed his firepower at another mud crab that emerged from the corner. His boys also joined the fray as they greeted the mud crabs with more rockets and grenades. Although the shell of mud crabs was thick, they didn't last long under this barrage. Soon, the smoked mud crabs curled up into balls and crooked to the side of the hallway. At this time, the NAC force, which entered from the other side of the cabin, also joined the battlefield. Armed with weapons that were significantly better than these mercenaries, they weaved a net named Death inside the ship. Sparks jumped in the cabin, and soon half of the cabin was cleared out. The part that was immersed in the water could not be cleaned for the moment. The officer asked the engineer to go up and weld the doors with alloy plates to prevent the underwater mud crabs from coming up. After the engineer had done all this, he yelled to the soldier behind him. "Search the area. Collect the eggs. Pay attention to the big eggs. The little crabs from there are harder to deal with." NAC's price for these eggs was a basin-sized egg for a bag of instant noodles. Blood Axe had very much enjoyed trading goods with goods. Compared to the pointy caps, he preferred the hard currency that could be exchanged for goods anywhere. Just as he ordered his boys to collect these crab eggs, he went deeper into the cabin with his rifle to see if there was anything worth searching. This port had been abandoned for so many years and had obviously been visited by survivors countless times, but this freighter occupied by mud crabs was undoubtedly an undeveloped territory. The deeper he went, the more humid the surrounding environment and the denser the sticky seaweed. At this moment, his EP suddenly flashed, indicating that the radiation level exceeded normal levels. Blood Axe immediately gave himself a shot of iodine. As he watched the flashing red light gradually dim, he stepped forward and continued. At the end of the warehouse was a row of cracked containers, completely wrapped by seaweed. The water stains on the ground illuminated with indescribable fluorescence, which made him afraid to take a step forward. Obviously, the radioactive source was there, and the radiation there was not something an iodine shot would resist. "I found something here," Blood Axe shouted behind him. NAC recognized the value of intelligence. The stuff inside was obviously not something he could recover, so he chose to contribute this information to the NAC. If the NAC found something good here, based on their past behavior, they were never stingy with rewards. "What's the situation?" The officer in the power armor and 4 soldiers walked over here. "The amount of radiation here exceeds the average." Blood Axe pointed at the container wrapped in seaweed with his thick index finger. "There must be something in it, but I can't be sure." The officer frowned slightly and walked forward. Power armor had top-level radiation resistance, and it could easily cross areas that received nuclear attacks, and naturally, it was not afraid of this level of radiation. When the officer walked in front of the container, he lifted his heavy steel palm and tore apart the seaweed stuck to the surface of the container. The sign of radioactivity, there should be something incredible. The officer turned his head and said to one of the soldiers, "Bring the engineer over and remember to put on protective clothing." Soon, an engineer with a toolbox ran over. After the engineer took out a thick laser-cut gun from the toolbox, he pointed a sharp knife at the container. In a stream of water mist, the humming blade cut into the container like tofu, then left a neat cut on the container. Blood Axe stared nervously at the container that was gradually being cut open. His heart was pounding furiously as he silently prayed. If they found something good, it would increase his pay. Soon, the engineer cut a 2-person wide opening in the container, and then quickly exited the radiation area with the toolbox. The officer took a step forward, pulled the half-dangling aluminum alloy skin off the container, and stepped into the container. These mutated seaweeds had strong penetrating power and had penetrated into the container. They even covered the goods stored in the container. When the officer turned on the tactical flashlight, he wiped the seaweed from the surface. "Let me see what exactly is inside," the radioactive sign. Suddenly, the outstretched hand stopped. The officer involuntarily took a step back. He muttered to himself in a low but trembling voice. "This is a nuclear warhead. Future Bank will provide you with a loan of 10 billion XIN new dollars, part of which will be used to restore the grid in Santander and its neighboring areas, and part of it will be used to invest in railways in the southeastern provinces of South Colombia. If you are willing to contract the work of these 2 projects to Future Group's infrastructure subsidiary, not only can we reduce the interest on this loan from 4% to 2.5%, but we can also provide you with an additional $1 billion as an interest-free loan. Inside the office on the top floor of Future Building, Jiang Chen played with a bright silver coin in his left hand as he leaned back in his chair and spoke with President Timoshenko on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. One of the most important factors that allowed FARC to gain support in the southeastern provinces was the extremely uneven distribution of wealth in Colombian society. Almost 80% of the wealth was concentrated in the coastal areas west of the Andes. FARC promised to revitalize the economy of the underdeveloped areas in the southeast after the success of the revolution, and building railways and roads were considered feasible options. When the North Colombia government retreated to the Gulf Coast, it had almost emptied the treasury and left Timoshenko with only a pile of mess. It was fine to rely on the savings from the drug trafficking days to purchase weapons, but it was obviously unrealistic to support infrastructure constructions. Unfortunately, due to disputes over the legitimacy of the regime, South Colombia received an exceptionally poor credit rating from investment banks and credit rating agencies, and almost no foreign banks were willing to lend to Timoshenko. Future Bank perhaps was the only financial institution willing to provide loans to them. The carrot tossed by Jiang Chen just saved his life. Thank you. Timoshenko's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he uttered the words with mixed emotions. To be honest, until now, he still felt bitter about the fact that celestial trade betrayed the interests of the Colombian people to reach a deal with the UA. He was very worried that Colombia would become the second Korean peninsula, placed in the middle of the negotiating table between two superpowers, and divided into two countries forever. You're welcome. Jiang Chen said in a relaxed tone as he waved his hand, I know you may have some bitterness in your mind, but I advise you to think again. Without my help, you are either hiding in the mountains now or waiting for your trial in prison. Thank you. Timoshenko smiled wryly. Except thank you, he couldn't seem to think of anything better to say. I said that you are welcome, Jiang Chen smiled, besides, don't be too frustrated. The truce is an opportunity for you to rest and rebuild. Don't forget to build your military when you're building your infrastructure. I'm very optimistic about the courage of your soldiers. When they were against NATO's modern army, they only lacked some modern tactics and a few new weapons. There is an international defense exhibition in Coro City in September. I will get someone to send you an invitation letter, you can take a look at it. In the end, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to advertise for future military. Although the economy of South Colombia was completely beaten now, he did not want to miss this potential buyer. Once the global grid entered the country, these poor provinces would soon be revitalized. Jiang Chen was right, they really wouldn't reject his proposal. When Xia Xiyu called the Ecuadorian embassy, she got a reply from the Ecuadorian government on the same day. The Ecuadorian government agreed to the proposal of Future Group to lease Marchena Island in the Galapagos Islands to Celestial Trade for a period of 50 years at a price of $1 million in new dollars. If the lease was not ended by either party after 50 years, it would be automatically renewed every 10 years. Marchena Island was located in the northern Galapagos Islands, close to the equator. The island covered an area of 130 square kilometers and was minimally developed. The island was uninhabited with only an inactive volcano. The surrounding water was deep, which made it an excellent natural port. Based on the agreement, Celestial Trade could use this island for military purposes, but the number of troops stationed on the island could not exceed 1,000, and deployment of any strategic weapons such as ballistic missiles on the island in any form was prohibited. Ecuador's generous offer was returned by Future Group's lucrative deal. Not only was the second space elevator project named Project Marchena, but the port at the bottom of the space elevator was also named Marchena. Future Group even promised to provide a little help to Ecuador in the nomination for membership into the Earth Defense Alliance next year, despite its poor GDP data. In addition, the agreement reached between Celestial Trade and Ecuador also stated that although this space elevator and spaceport were built in Ecuador, they would not be bound by the Ecuadorian constitution, but as a special autonomous region under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Trade Space Department. Even so, this unregulated space elevator still brought huge economic benefits to the small South American country Ecuador. An examination of the current celestial city would reveal the facts. Although it did not contribute a dime to Xi'an's finances, the entire space elevator became the entrance to the synchronous orbit in the Eastern Hemisphere. The number of ships that moved between the major ports of Xi'an every day accounted for almost 60% of the cargo ships active in South Asia. If it wasn't for the limited capacity of the space elevator, as well as the distant threats in sight, Jiang Chen would never consider rushing to build a second space elevator with a monopolistic position. Jiang Chen gave a clear position to this space elevator. Port Marchena's purpose was a spaceport and space industrial base. The design would not consider any living and entertainment space for residents, unlike Celestial City. Only one space city was necessary, and only one celestial city was necessary. At night, the lights in the office were on. Jiang Chen sat at the table as he video-called Sun Jiao. After Lin Lin's upgrade, the real-time transmission speed of the interdimensional communication chip in his watch was now strong enough to support a holographic phone with a large data volume. Lines and light particles outlined Sun Jiao's figure by the table. It was almost exactly like a real person. Although Jiang Chen could travel to the apocalypse to meet with Sun Jiao at any time, in order to test the performance of the interdimensional communication chip upgraded by Lin Lin, the two of them chose the holographic call. "How are you over there?" Jiang Chen looked at the holographic image that looked too real as he gently fiddled with the strands of hair sticking to her cheeks. A layer of digital ripples appeared on the holographic image, and his finger passed through the fluttering hair and stopped beside the beautiful face. "Everything is good, good to the point where it is a bit boring. When will you come back?" Sun Jiao said softly as she put her hands around the virtual hands and stared at him with her pristine eyes. "Yao Yao and Lin Lin, and Xiaoro, they all miss you very much." Jiang Chen chuckled and said in a joking tone, "Actually, you miss me, right? Is it not okay?" Sun Jiao's beautiful eyebrows raised and she did not speak. However, her eyes full of vitality had already expressed all the words she wanted to say vividly. Jiang Chen fixated his gaze on those charming eyes and smiled. After he thought for a moment, he replied softly. "At the end of the month at the latest. I still have one thing to deal with. Once I finish that, I will probably be back for a while." After he resolved Colombia's war, celestial trade had opened up in South America. As the Yodo Olympics came to an end, the issue of UA troops stationed in Nippon was smoothly solved. The only two things left in his hands were the first Xi'an International Defense Exhibition in the middle of this month, and the finale of this year's UA election. There was not much more to do for the UA election as he had done everything he could. Before that day finished, he could only wait. As for the upcoming International Defense Exhibition, as the president of Future Group, he naturally had to make an appearance. After all, Future Military was center stage for this defense exhibition. The entire world would be watching this long-established arms giant, and see what kind of eye-catching war machine it would put on display. After the end of the International Defense Exhibition, he would have nothing to do for at least 2 months. He would not able to formulate strategies against the UA for the next 4 years before the election in mid-December. "Then I'll wait for you to come back." Sun Jiao smiled, her eyes showed a provocative look. "Last time you and Xiaoro worked together, I still remember that." "Huh, now that you told me, what if I'm afraid to go back?" Jiang Chen laughed. "Then I'll go and find you. Lin Lin's research has almost succeeded." Sun Jiao raised her hands and curled her fingers fiercely. "I can't promise you what strange things will happen then, really." Jiang Chen took a second to process this before he stood up in happiness. With both of his hands pressed against the table, he stared at Sun Jiao. "I mean, Lin Lin's research finally succeeded?" Don't get too excited, it's still coming along. It seems that the technology of collecting and storing antimatter has made a breakthrough. By the way, don't tell her I told her." Sun Jiao looked back behind her and then said quickly, "She doesn't let me tell you, saying that she is going to give you a surprise. So it's soon again. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and sighed as he sat back on the chair. I've been hearing this since last year, can't you give me a more specific date? If there are new developments, I will tell you. Sun Jiao's eyes flashed as she saw Jiang Chen's disappointment, then she smiled, don't forget, you promised me. By the way, don't tell me you forgot already. How is that possible? Jiang Chen laughed, glanced at the clock on the wall, and said, it's getting late, go to bed early. Good night. The Apocalypse, North America. A nuclear warhead was found in a rusty cargo ship in an abandoned port 10 kilometers from the colony. It was already late at night when this news went through countless layers of reports before it finally reached the ears of the executives in the North American colony. Zhuo Guoping was in bed enjoying the meticulous service of two big, blonde, and blue-eyed exotic girls. When he received the call, he was shocked. Without much concern for the properness of his attire, he grabbed a blanket and covered himself. He then pushed aside the blonde girl that was kneeling in front of him and rolled over down the bed. He walked to the window, clicked on the holographic screen, and quickly pressed a few numbers. The phone quickly connected to the front line and he then lowered his voice. Nuclear warhead? What nuclear warhead? What's the matter, didn't I ask you to collect mud crab roe? Why did you find a nuclear warhead? When we were clearing the nest of the crabs, we found a container suspected of storing nuclear materials in the corner of the cabin. After we opened the container, we found these things inside. After the progress bar finished loading, Zhou Guoping's eyebrows twisted together as he examined the photo transferred to his EP. Most of the cylindrical object in the photo was covered by seaweed and based on the shape, it did look like combat components that could be mounted on a missile. Based on the yellow radioactive symbol, excluding the nuclear fusion core that did not obviously look like this, the only possibility left with a high probability was a nuclear warhead. If this is a nuclear warhead, after he took a deep breath, Zhou Guoping asked immediately, can you confirm the model number? We have insufficient intelligence. It is currently impossible to confirm the nuclear warhead model, Han Peng, the NAC officer in charge, replied. He looked at the nuclear warhead placed in the center of the cabin and frowned. The seaweed covering the surface of the warhead was extremely corrosive and has caused leakage of nuclear fuel. Since we cannot confirm the warhead model and the safety of the warhead, we are afraid to disassemble the warhead. After Zhuo Guoping listened to the report, he was completely lost as to what to do next. He was not a technologist, other than the fact that he knew fusion and fission happened. Therefore, he definitely had no understanding of nuclear warheads. And as far as he knew, in order to enrich their nuclear weapons arsenal, the three major powers before World War III had produced a wide variety of nuclear weapons. Not only did they detonate in strange ways, but they were also used for various purposes. Some were dedicated to personnel, some were used against armored targets, some warheads were used to create permanent no man's land, and some were designed to eliminate all personnel without damaging the land. Zhuo Guoping rubbed his tense brows, sorted out his thoughts, and asked. What ship did you guys get on? And which port are you at? Can you identify it? The radioactive material was discovered by a civilian cargo ship. The unit belonged to a North American shipping route. The port was likely also a civilian port. Han Peng looked at the nuclear warhead on the ground and reported to Zhou Guoping, we checked other containers, except for the ones at the end of the cabin. The rest are toys. Wait, you said there are still other containers carrying nuclear warheads? Zhuo Guoping suddenly noticed the keywords and he hurriedly followed up, how many are there? 20. Han Peng answered truthfully. Zhou Guoping's breathing instantly shortened. 20 strategic nuclear warheads. Why does he need to raise mud crabs as a side hustle? He could just pull these nuclear warheads back to the 6th Street. Regardless if these warheads work or not, they will surely be sold at a good price. NAC's nuclear weapons reserves had always been low, because of the cumbersomeness to explain, the difficulty of transportation, and the existence of crystals as a substitute, Jiang Chen had hardly sent nuclear fuel to the apocalypse. Even though nuclear bombs in the warehouse could flatten a few street blocks, eliminate a dozen tanks, but NAC still relied on tanks and airships to deter other survival forces. It was no exaggeration to say that if he sold the 20 pre-war nuclear warheads he discovered to the logistics department, he could easily exchange them for 2 million credit points and could even be considered an honor. However, what really made his breath shorten was not these 20 nuclear warheads, but the words Han Peng spoke of after. These containers with nuclear warheads were shipped with containers full of toys. What was the reason that these civilian cargo-carrying toys also secretly transported 20 strategic nuclear warheads? Zhou Guoping could conclude that these nuclear warheads were placed on the ship because of NATO officials, otherwise, any inspection could detain these weapons without any chance of being loaded onto the ship. Since he could infer that NATO officials hid the nuclear warheads on the ship, then he had to answer the next question. If this ship did not encounter any accidents, where was its destination? Why was it stranded at this port outside Los Angeles for so many years? The intuition of many years of intelligence work told Zhou Guoping that these nuclear warheads were not important anymore. The important piece of information was this ship. As long as he could determine the destination of this ship that shouldn't have been stranded here in the first place, he could follow the leads, and then eventually find the ultimate treasure. NATO's secret nuclear arsenal. An obscure treasure map had just been slowly unfolded in front of him. Zhou Guoping licked the corner of his mouth, in excitement. He felt his heart was pumping violently. His hunch told him that it was going to be something big. The first XIN International Defense Exhibition would be held on September 15 in the heart of the sea in Coro City. As the first international defense exhibition held by XIN, the invited participants were either members of the Earth Defense Alliance or countries that expressed their intention of joining the alliance. The purpose of this defense exhibition was also obvious. In addition to strengthening military cooperation between member states, it was also looking for overseas buyers for the growing military giant, future military. The export of weapons was one of the ways to export values and influences. The significance of a missile was not only to deter a country but also to firmly bind the interests of two countries. Among the 50 countries invited, all without exception stated that they would send senior officials to attend. Although everyone was aware that the most coveted EMP weapon and optically invisible kinetic skeleton were not likely for sale, they were still willing to come and try their luck. Future military's weapons would certainly not be shabby, no one doubted this point. In addition to future military, the darling in the eyes of compradors and military analysts, there were also 780 companies registered to appear in this defense exhibition. Among them, there were many international military industry giants such as Hua's Aviation Science Group, Russia's Almaz-Antey, Italy's Leonardo, Dutch's Airbus. These companies also took advantage of this opportunity to demonstrate their masterpieces. As for the top UA military industry giants in the world, because they did not receive an invitation from XIN, they, unfortunately, could not attend this defense exhibition. However, their absence did not affect the quality of the defense exhibition. Under the close watch of the world, the first XIN International Defense Exhibition finally kicked off. Coro International Airport. A jet-black aerospace plane dragged along a blue flaming tail as it landed steadily on the airport runway. The hatch opened and the escalator dropped down. Prince Yerif in a white robe walked out and opened his arms with a giant smile. Dear Jiang Chen, your plane is amazing. I have never experienced such a quick trip. It only took an hour to get from Mecca to Coro City. I almost thought my pilot read the navigator wrong. In short, it's unbelievable, I have never seen such a powerful aircraft. Yerif was amazed and bewildered. It was not only because he himself was an avid collector of private jets, but also because he was convinced that, his father, who also shared the same passion, would be genuinely amazed by this birthday gift. Long-distance travel can better reflect the speed of the G100. If you fly from Mecca to North America, I assure you will be more amazed. Jiang Chen smiled and hugged him, took a step back, then said, "Welcome to Koro City." From Mecca to Koro City, the G-100 likely ascended to the mesosphere, but if the destination was from Mecca to North America on the opposite side of the Earth, the aerospace plane would travel through low Earth orbit and use the Earth's rotation to reduce travel time to the extreme. Based on the field test data of future heavy industries, the time from Koro City International Airport to Washington International Airport was also 1 hour. One of the selling points of the G-100 was its ability to reach any place in the world within an hour. "I will definitely try it." Yarif laughed. On the other side of the airport, a white Airbus with the Russian tricolor flag and the Almaz-Antey Group logo also landed on the airport runway. The escalator was attached to the plane, and a group of Russians, all dressed in black suits, stepped down. When they saw the black G-100 parked at the other end of the airport, the Slavic man surrounded by black suits tilted his head slightly, pointed to the plane, and whispered to his assistant next to him, who was carrying a briefcase. "How much is that plane?" The assistant hesitated for a second, then answered immediately. "I'll ask." The Slavic man nodded, glanced at another private plane that was landing, and walked towards the special tunnel of the airport. Almaz-Antey was definitely a renowned name in Russia. Its predecessor was the Russian NPO, Almaz, and the Antey Corporation. After the merger in 2002, it became one of the top arms giants in Russia and the world. The S-300 and S-400 air defense missile systems were the pride of the company. What was the origin of the two companies before the merger? Almaz was known as NPO Almaz, which could be traced back to the first Special Design Bureau of the Soviet Ministry of Weapons and was established by Stalin himself. The second was Antey, which was also an industrial giant from the Soviet era. In the 1990 privatization era, a large number of economic oligarchs became rich overnight in Russia. In the decades to come, as the regime changed, some old oligarchs went to jail, and new oligarchs appeared. Only one person passed through the most difficult 2 decades for oligarchs in a rather low-key manner. He played the role of an arms giant and hid his identity as an oligarch to the end. Kemezov. Kemezov shook Jiang Chen's right hand and made a concise self-introduction, then nodded slightly to express his friendship to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. While Jiang Chen shook his hand, Jiang Chen also nodded and examined Mr. Kemezov. As in the rumors, Mr. Kemezov didn't speak much, and his actions were quite low-key. However, his sharp pupils also revealed his dogmatic actions. His sturdy physique did not give away the fact that he was already over 50 years old. Especially since his 1.80 meters height and defined attributes resembled more of a soldier than an oligarch. Jiang Chen did not chat with Kemezov for a long time. After a brief greeting, the Slavic man walked to the entrance of the special tunnel to enter his convoy. Jiang Chen also looked to the South Columbia drug lord, or rather, president, who was walking towards him with a warm smile. Unexpectedly, the man who disturbed the calmness in South America and topped the CIB assassination list would actually come to this event in person. However, Jiang Chen only thought for a moment before he understood his intention. First of all, Xi'an was much safer compared to South Columbia, otherwise, Jiang Chen would not be able to live until now. Behind Timochenko, the president of Hua Aviation Technology Group and representatives from the Hua military were there, and followed by Natasha's father's old subordinates that represented the Russian military. Half of the world's top 30 military arms giants were here, which showcased the status of this defense exhibition. In the morning, representatives of different countries arrived one after another, and the defense exhibition officially started at 2 in the afternoon. The defense exhibition would last for a week, and a total of 2,000 weapons would be showcased. From automatic rifle accessories to anti-aircraft missiles and even space weapons, the major military industry giants also did their best to use the hype built up. While they did not expect to win the limelight of future military, it was a great choice to win the attention of international buyers as the second best choice. In particular, the military-industrial enterprises from Hua and Russia started to hint at the Africa and South America representatives, who felt insecure, from the very start of the exhibition. It was not until the lights were lit on the rostrum in front of the exhibition hall did the guests stop whispering and chatting and focused their attention on the person on the stage. Jiang Chen walked to the rostrum and adjusted the microphone. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Chen." In the concise opening remarks, Jiang Chen nodded slightly at the camera lenses pointed at him, then glanced around at his invited guests. With a smile, he continued, "First of all, on behalf of the organizer, I welcome everyone who can take time out of their busy schedule to attend our defense exhibition in Koro City." The reporters had set up their cameras early as they waited for Jiang Chen's speech. Kemazov leaned back against the chair and put one leg over his knee. Then, he gestured to his assistant, who had his pen and paper ready, and pointed at Jiang Chen in the front. "Write down every word he says for me." "Yes." The assistant nodded earnestly, and the ballpoint pen in his hand was already on the notebook. Not just Russians, the moment Jiang Chen stood on the rostrum, he immediately became the focal point of the entire exhibition hall. Everyone was waiting for his next statement. The theme of this exhibition is technology. Jiang Chen lifted his hand and gently swiped it in front of him. As soon as his fingertips slid across the air, a layer of ripples formed and cascaded outwards, and digital blocks emerged one after another. Among everyone's astonished look, it formed into a solider in kinetic skeleton and a drone with a muzzle. With the advancement of science and technology and the innovation of military technology, there is no doubt that humans' participation in wars will become less and less. Future Group is built on science and technology with a focus on the future. It is committed to using the power of science and technology to serve the production and life of all humankind and lead the world in a perfect direction. As a responsible company, I believe that our technology will completely change the way wars are conducted in the not-too-distant future, using machinery to replace flesh and blood to prevent meaningless deaths and to decide the outcome of the war in a more efficient manner. Next, I will demonstrate the concept I proposed earlier for you through holographic simulation. At the moment Jiang Chen finished the sentence, the holographic image floating in front of Jiang Chen changed. A number of tall buildings appeared through the digital blocks and then spread out from the rostrum. 9 soldiers in urban camouflage appeared on the street. From the equipment, the team should be based on a UA Army Squad combat unit, including a staff sergeant and 2 teams. Each team had a non-commissioned officer, a rifleman, a grenade launch solider, and an M249 machine gunner. Shocked by this realistic holographic projection, the sights of almost all the guests present were glued to the holographic image in front of Jiang Chen. When Kemazov saw the realistic holographic images of the 9 soldiers, he had a look of realization. He is preparing to simulate city battles. The next images seemed to confirm his guess. The stateless soldier who appeared first quickly encountered the same stateless imaginary enemy. With the cooperation of the drone, the soldier wearing the kinetic skeleton was at an extreme firepower disadvantage, but with the drone's excellent reconnaissance capability and the firepower supplemented by the self-aiming rifle below, he successfully launched a flank attack and killed 2 machine gunners of the imaginary enemy force. The audience was shocked as they made loud gasping sounds. It was obvious that they were not optimistic about the soldier in kinetic skeleton at first. It had nothing to do with the lack of trust of future military's technology, but the sheer number discrepancy between the 2 sides. In the absence of off-field fire support, they really couldn't think of any possibility where the soldier would have an advantage. But soon, their expressions became quite interesting. Someone even exclaimed loudly when the 6th imaginary enemy soldier fell. "It's impossible, the soldier just jumped to the 3rd floor, is he still human?" It's the kinetic skeleton. The mobility of the kinetic skeleton. This drone is definitely a nightmare for all infantry. For soldiers, its size is too small, and its speed just makes people feel despair. It's almost impossible to hit outside of 30 meters. They can only be suppressed by the self-aiming rifle, scythe, drone, as the foreign military version of the Hummingbird drone, replaced the vortex engine on the bottom into 4 pairs of outwardly extending rotors. While sacrificing limited maneuverability, the ammunition carrying capacity and muzzle caliber were increased, as well as the shooting fault tolerance rate of the self-aiming rifle below, which greatly reduced the drone's dependence on smart terminals. But it was precisely because this that made its combat effectiveness significantly lower compared to the highly intelligent Hummingbird drone, and even more incomparable with the attack drone Viper, that placed emphasis on firepower. But even so, as a foreign military sales model, the excellent performance of the Scythe drone was enough to impress all the countries present. As the last soldier fell, the holographic image changed again. This time the Scythe drones were showcased independently, with more than 50 scythes in the air. They formed into a dense attack group of drones. The imaginary enemy they faced this time was a whole company of semi-mechanized infantry. The intensive firepower caused a lot of casualties to the drones. From time to time, destroyed drones crashed down, but the loss of drones failed to prevent the drone attack group from advancing. With the storm-like bullets, the dense drones swarmed through the battlefield, just like locusts that raged through farms. They shredded everything in their path into pieces. Especially when the drones were directly above the infantry, all bunkers lost their purpose as the bullets hailing down from above were inevitable. With gleam in their eyes, the officers from Hua and Russia in the audience almost made the same decision simultaneously. They spoke a few words to their assistant and demanded they purchase Scythe drones at all cost. The changing digital blocks in the air dissipated and left the guests still reminiscing on what they just witnessed. As Jiang Chen looked at their guests with different thoughts and emotions, he smiled and said, "When the soldiers themselves are of the same combat effectiveness, the soldier equipped with the drone and kinetic skeleton will have a combat effectiveness comparable to that of a 9-man combat squad in city encounters." He paused for a moment before he continued. "Of course, our scope for drones is not just a supplement to firepower, but also a soldier's second eye. As you saw earlier, even if the drone formed an independent attack group, the actual combat shown by Scythe drones is still astounding. As the focus of future military's foreign military sales, we welcome any interested country or private armed forces to come and place orders. In addition to the previously shown Scythe drone, a total of 21 weapons designed by future military will be exhibited in this defense exhibition. I believe they will not disappoint you either." The opening remarks finally ended. Not many people paid attention to what Jiang Chen said after. Because all of their attention had been completely immersed in the Scythe drone. Especially the Russians. They knew from experience how reliable Future Group's drones were. A long time ago, Future Heavy Industries had sold drone logistics systems to the Russian military. Those drones that ignored terrain greatly improved the logistics supply capabilities of frontline combat troops. With the assistance of AI, those little guys could accurately deliver ammunition to the soldiers in need. Now, these little guys had changed, they had self-aiming rifles attached. They could not only detect and report, but they could also lock and shoot, which was everything a light infantry could ask for. They could not find any reason not to buy. Everyone was thinking about how to get ahead of others and win the contract with future military, not just Scythe drone. A total of 21 pieces of equipment from future military were exhibited on the first day of the defense exhibition. Without exception, all of them became the darling of all countries. Including the arms sale version S1 exoskeleton that appeared on the holographic image, and the downgrade version of the Reaper assault rifle in the hands of the soldier. At the end of the defense exhibition's first day, future military had signed military sales contracts worth more than 20 billion XI in new dollars with more than 40 countries. Compared with future military's high-tech weapons, all the other military industry enterprises had almost become a foil. The first day of the defense exhibition focused on smaller light weapons, which was future military's home field advantage. For most military industry giants, the sale of a complete set of air defense systems, ballistic missiles, and fighter jets was the bulk of the money, and that was where they fought. However, the $20 billion worth of contracts still made them envious and jealous. No one imagined that these little guys could make so much money. As competitors, it did not feel great to just witness future military take away such a large piece of pie. After the first day of the exhibition, two European-looking men, surrounded by a group of black suits, walked towards the presidential suite on the top floor of the Heart of the Sea. The one thing I'm the most satisfied with at the Heart of the Sea is the presidential suite of the five-star hotel on the top floor. The slightly older Italian, in a blue suit, chatted with the slightly younger European beside him as they walked forward. I bet it has the most wonderful viewing location in Coro City. You have the entire view of Coro City and can overlook the entire Heart of the Sea. If it were not for the fact that future tourism has no intention of selling it, I really want to purchase it and add it to my collection list. In my view, it is not a building, but a work of art. The Italian was Matteo Montorio, and he was the president of Leonardo in Italy. Although Italy had been traditionally known as the bad teammate in alliances, Leonardo was an exception to the rule. The total output value of Leonardo accounted for 70% of the total output value of the Italian defense industry. It directly or indirectly controlled 121 companies while it also owned non-controlling stakes in 128 companies. Not only was it a world leader in aerospace, defense, and security in one of the top 10 companies in the world, it also ranked second in Europe, behind the British BAE Systems, known to be the ruler of the land, air, and ocean. Even outside the military industry, it was still considered a behemoth. As for the young European, his name was Nicola. Compared to Matteo, he was a nobody. However, he represented the Italian military, so he could walk side by side with Matteo here. Nicola forced a smile as he listened to Matteo's view on the Heart of the Sea. While he was also an Italian, he obviously did not possess the slightest artistic touch, so he could not get into the conversation with Matteo, who had been nurtured by upper-class teachings. Also, his mind was completely out of this. He had started to wonder from the moment Matteo's assistant placed the $5 billion new dollars worth of order into the briefcase. Scythe drone, why would he sell these drones to us so generously? We are NATO's long-term partners. I don't believe Jiang Chen did not see this point. He has ghost agents in his hand. Nicola seized the opportunity to ask the question that had been bothering him after Matteo finished his comments on the Heart of the Sea. Matteo was not surprised by Nicola's question. The old gentleman from Italy just smiled and answered his confusion politely. This is easy to understand because they sold us the downgraded version. Even if these weapons are taken by NATO and used on them in turn, they would not feel too much pressure. This is their confidence. Then why do we have to pay for their weapons? Matteo turned his head to look at Nicola, then smiled. This is what you want to ask, right? Nicola swallowed down and nodded with difficulty. On behalf of the Italian army, he purchased 2,000 Scythe-type drones, 2,000 military sale version, S-1 kinetic skeletons, and matching S-1 assault rifles matching from future military. As for the reason, it was very simple. The holographic image was truly astounding, and he couldn't find a reason not to pay. But now Matteo told him that he bought some defective products that were downgraded, which made this fact somewhat difficult to accept. After all, he signed on those orders, and he would have to be responsible for them if anything happened. If you can't find a reason, I can find a reason for you. Matteo smiled. Although future military completely took the spotlight on the first day, he was not bothered in the slightest. He calmly said, in order to learn about their advantages, we must take their weapons home to study. Remember, I'm not paying for their arms, but for our backwardness. Matteo's statement made Nicola feel slightly better, but he still felt somewhat uncomfortable when he heard the harsh word, backwardness. Actually, you don't have to be too depressed, Matteo patted Nicola on the shoulder. As if he had read Nicola's thoughts, he laughed, the drone is not part of our home court, the fighter jets and engines are our advantages. Take a good look, we will not officially start our performance until the third day. Nicola processed this information. Suddenly, a rumor surfaced in his mind. Shocked by the thought, Nicola looked at Matteo with disbelief in his eyes. Do you mean, is it? Looking at your expression, you probably guessed it, but my answer is yes. After Matteo concluded on this sentence, he walked towards the end of the corridor with a smile on his face. On the other side, Kemazov, who had left the exhibition, got into the car waiting for him. Although the organizer arranged a room for him, he did not choose to stay at the heart of the sea. Instead, he booked a room at a 5-star hotel not far away. Another Slavic man followed him into the car and sat next to him. What did you think of today's exhibition? When Kemazov heard the question, he grinned and asked rhetorically. He is the son-in-law of your old boss, can't you see it more clearly than me? Don't give me this nonsense, I want to know your opinion, Zeniv said with a serious expression. The corner of Kemazov's mouth curled up slightly, then he said without hesitation. This defense exhibition has become a show just for future military, and it is likely to be the same in the next few days. As expected? Zeniv raised his eyebrows. Of course. With one leg over his other knee, Kemazov took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and gestured to the driver in the front row to indicate that he could drive. What do you think their purpose is? Zeniv asked. I noticed that the list of exhibitors includes Netherlands' Airbus and Italy's Leonardo. The strength of these two military enterprises can basically represent the top products of European military enterprises, especially in the aerospace field. Kemazov tapped his cigarette into the ashtray, then continued, they are probably intending to use this opportunity to pressure NATO countries. We are just watching the show, and there is no need for us to be the center of attention. Just watch the show. We all expect you to sell a few more S-400s, Zeniv said. This year's economic situation is not optimistic. We need foreign exchange, and we need it desperately. Don't worry, Kemazov grinned, and a glimpse of shrewdness appeared in his eyes before it quickly faded away. There is a high probability that future military will not target air defense missiles. Their starting point is too high, and they likely haven't figured out how to downgrade their technology. Kemazov paused for a second and then said. And the most important thing is that I have a hunch that Leonardo will compete with future military in their home court, in aerospace. Do you think they might win? Zeniv questioned. I don't know, but I know that no matter who wins, our air defense missiles will sell very well. While the exhibition continued, many media broadcasted the defense exhibition live, but because the defense exhibition did not gain a following outside of the military circle, it did not create a widespread sensation compared with Future Group's product releases. However, on the evening of the same day, Future Group uploaded a video of the exhibition and thus gave the news a headline through Future 1.0. In addition, a link to a video was attached. This move immediately attracted the attention of the world. The clueless netizens once again experienced the superior technical capability of future military. My God, is this still war? I originally planned to join the army, but now I have changed my mind and I am considering immigration. I quite agree with the views put forward by President Jiang. Future wars will be the collision of steel, and the participation of humans will only decrease. Drone Attack Group. I have to say the technology of Future Group has truly amazed me. This is what I imagine future war to look like. Using steel instead of flesh and blood to resolve all disputes. Although this is probably just a wishful dream. Drone plus kinetic skeleton is equal to an infantry squad. An attack group composed of 100 drones can easily crush a company-level combat force. This is certainly impossible. My cousin is a senior military fan, let me analyze how future military is overplaying the drone's strength. The video published on the official website of Future Group created a lot of heated discussions from around the world, but it didn't interfere with the ongoing defense exhibition. On the second day of the exhibition, Future Military reached a military sales agreement with Hua and Russia for 200 Crocodile amphibious assault vehicles at a unit price of 7 million XIN new dollars. The South Colombia and Syrian government forces purchased 401,000 Dart-1 tactical missiles respectively. Future Military positioned Dart-1 as a short-range fast attack missile, similar to the Tomahawk missile, but with a range of only 1,000 kilometers. The advantage of Dart-1 was its small size, flexibility in deployment, and shocking power. It could also be deployed by the Scythe drone instead of infantry and achieve an accuracy as high as 0.1 meters while being difficult to detect. Of course, there was one crucial point. It was cheap. The price of 400,000 XIN new dollar was less than half of the Tomahawk missile. Even for the poor third world countries, they could still afford them. Compared to other fabled weapons, the cost-effective small missile was the better alternative. Time soon reached the third day. The third day of the defense exhibition was not held at the heart of the sea but at a temporary airport 2 kilometers away. In order to ensure the normal progress of the defense exhibition, Celestial Trade sent a battalion of Marines to isolate the entire temporary airport. Representatives of different countries and high-level officials from major arms companies arrived one after another to kick off the third day of the exhibition. It was a special session of the Air Force. Matteo walked in front of the closed hangar, looked up at the large Leonardo Group logo printed on the door, and laughed out loud. "My dear Mr. Nicola, come and see our masterpiece." He gestured to the assistants next to him. 2 people quickly stepped forward and opened the door of the hangar. The moment the hangar opened, a silver-white fighter with its wings and body built as one appeared in front of everyone. Nicola's eyes widened in disbelief. He finally understood where Mr. Matteo gained his confidence. He once saw a picture of a fighter plane in a top-secret file. If he recalled correctly, its name should be Uragano. Unlike the Hawker Hurricane that the British created in World War II, Uragano was given more meaning in Italian, and the Uragano fighter designed by Leonardo was also given more historical significance. After the Second Moro Country F war ended, the result of the dog fight between F-35 and Aurora 20 over City M stunned everyone. The unscientific loss-exchange ratio made the UA doubt itself for the first time. Then, led by the UA, NATO countries introduced new research and development plans to find a fighter that can regain air supremacy from the Aurora 20. Leonardo was one of the European military industry groups entrusted with this important task. After repeatedly studying the F-35 and Aurora 20 cases in the Second Moro Country F war, they finally made a rather bold decision, that was, to devote all the research and development funds to the 6th-generation fighter and completely abandon the 5th-generation fighter market. Only the 6th-generation fighter could counter the Aurora 20. As a manned fighter jet, the qualities displayed by the Aurora 20 were the pinnacles of the 5th-generation fighter. Even if it was difficult to accept this reality, Matteo and the other senior officials of Leonardo clearly understood this. The 6th-generation fighter usually referred to a hypersonic fighter controlled by artificial intelligence. Compared to the 5th-generation fighter, the 6th-generation fighter possessed the flexibility of the 6th-generation aero engine and the design of full-wing fusion, so that the maneuverability and stealth of the aircraft at different altitudes and flight styles had been drastically balanced. In particular, the unmanned design enabled the 6th-generation fighter to complete maneuvers that would otherwise be impossible for manned fighters. This was due to the fact that there was a limit to the maximum acceleration a pilot could withstand, but this limit would not exist for the 6th-generation aircraft. Fortunately, they managed to lead the world in the 6th-generation fighter market. Any fighter would be eclipsed by the Uragano with a cruising speed of up to Mach 5. It was where Matteo's confidence stemmed from. But why are we showcasing it? Nicola swallowed down the dry lump in his throat as he was somewhat bewildered. Are you going to sell this to another country? Of course not. Matteo raised his eyebrows confidently and looked provocatively at Future Military's hangar on the other side of the runway, where the gates were closed shut. But if we don't warn someone about their inappropriate arrogance, there is a good chance he will do something stupid. But, when Nicola still wanted to say something but seemed hesitant, Matteo patted him on the shoulder and laughed loudly. "Don't worry, I won't be able to bring this fighter over to the exhibition without NATO's permission. In addition, this is a deterrent to celestial trade, but it is also an advertisement for our Panavia Tornado and Eurofighter Typhoon. As a businessman, in addition to fulfilling political obligations, making money is my utmost intention. I believe that after they see the excellent performance of our sixth-generation fighter, our Indian brothers over there and the rich lords of the Middle East would definitely pay for our fighters." Nicola always felt that the chairman of Leonardo was a bit too confident, but when he recalled the description of this sixth-generation machine in that document, he also no longer felt tense. Matteo patted Nicola on the shoulder. The wrinkles in the corner of his eyes seemed to bloom as he looked at the Uragano in the hangar. His grin was full of joy. "You can look forward to the many orders our Uragano will bring us." Next to the airport runway, a Slavic man and a black man stood together. In any other place in the world, it was definitely a weird combination, but here it was completely normal. At least half of the buyers attending the XIN International Defense Exhibition were dictators from third world countries, and most of these dictators' skin color was black. These people hold most of the banknotes or IOUs in their hands, and they were never stingy with weapons. Since the exhibition began, they had searched for powerful sellers and paid for more convenient killing tools. In the eyes of arms dealers, they were always the best customers. "I don't want Me-25. Since they're the Me-29 is more advanced, why don't I choose Me-29? Honestly, I prefer Su-35 or T-50. If you don't want to sell to us, I might consider those." The man pointed to the Hua sellers, who stood not far away, that were looking in their direction. He looked at Kemazov and continued, "They are willing to sell their Xiaolong to us and I'm very pleased with this name. And each one only sells for $20 million, and the person also told me that if we are willing to introduce their high-speed rail, he can take the initiative to let their bank give us a loan." Kemazov cursed in his heart. These people worked well together. It's fine if you just sold fighters, but now you bring the people that build rails and the people who own banks into the conversation. How do I play this game? However, it is the way to do business. Even as Earth Defense Alliance allies, each country must depend on their own ability to win the hundreds of millions of dollars order. Kemazov calmed his emotions, coughed slightly, then he patiently persuaded the dictator from Africa to change his mind. "Your opponents are rebels and terrorists armed with AK. They are not from the UAE nor from Russia. What is the point of buying the Su-35? Put it in the hangar as a mascot. You want to buy T-50s. Even if I sell it to you, who can pilot it in your country? Our MiG-25 is cheaper than their Xiaolong, and the ground attack ability is not inferior by any means. If you are willing to buy 10 MiG-25s, I can make the decision and sell you some T-64 tanks." It was the most Kemazov could promise. If he recalled correctly, there were dozens of T-64s waiting to be delisted in the warehouse of the 58th Army. Although he preferred to sell air defense missiles, these poor African countries were obviously unable to pay for his air defense missiles. Maybe it was because Kemazov's words made sense. The man touched his chin for a while, then reluctantly nodded. Just as Kemazov negotiated with the African about the price of Me-25s, which were collecting dust in the hangars, should be sold at, there was a sudden commotion nearby. Kemazov stopped talking with the warlord and looked over to the crowd on the other end of the runway. When the plane appeared on the runway, Kemazov's pupils suddenly constricted. As the chairman of Almazanti, he was aware of some intelligence floating around. For example, the silver-white fighter with one wing fusion fighter that he had read in a report compiled by the KGB. If he remembered correctly, its name should be Uragano. Its name is Uragano. Matteo stood on the other side of the airport runway, pointed his finger at the fighter that was slowly rolling to a stop in the middle of the runway. It was like he was commenting on a perfect piece of art. He explained to several customers gathered next to him, "It's just like its name, and it's as fast as a hurricane. It is the crystallization of the technology of Leonardo." A total of 200 companies have participated in its research. You may have noticed that there is no pilot inside. Yes, it is a sixth-generation fighter, the sixth-generation fighter controlled entirely by artificial intelligence. Air-to-ground integration, 8 short and medium-range air-to-air missiles could be mounted on the bottom of the cabin to intercept enemy flying units, or mount various ground attack missiles to perform ground support tasks. The cabin had a built-in integrated server, which could automatically identify enemy targets and perform precision strikes, and could also perform tasks under satellite navigation. In the case of missile lock, it could even automatically analyze various factors such as altitude, air velocity, and the distance between enemies. In addition, it could automatically complete evasion maneuvers or release thermal decoys. Matteo didn't guess wrong. When the Uragano slowly pulled out of the hangar, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Especially when people learned that Leonardo was the first to make a breakthrough on the sixth-generation fighter, almost everyone turned their eyes to the Uragano. A sixth-generation fighter? Unbelievable, I didn't expect it to be made by Leonardo Group. It doesn't make sense. Future Group's subsidiary Future Technology is a leader in artificial intelligence. Future Military has inherent advantages in drone technology and artificial intelligence. This is no reason Leonardo should take the lead. Maybe they are too confident. After all, the combat performance of the Aurora 20 is the pinnacle of fifth-generation fighter. If I am the president of Future Group, I probably won't invest too much capital in sixth-generation fighter with an uncertain future. From their point of view, it is normal to develop small drones to improve the combat capabilities of Celestial Trade's ground forces. What a pity. Go speak to the representative of Leonardo and ask them if Uragano is for sale. If it's for sale, as long as the price is not too outrageous, order me 10. If it is not for sale, see if their other fighters are for sale. People were chatting and whispering. The appearance of the Uragano instantly became the center of attention. All the fifth-generation and fourth-generation fighters were eclipsed by its appearance. The insurmountable gap between the generations brought air combat ahead to a new era, an era without blood, but with gunpowder. That is the sixth-generation fighter. When the warlord heard the conversation not far away, he opened, then closed his mouth, turned around to look at Kemezov, and asked in an uncertain tone, "It's fine without a pilot?" "It should be, yes." Kemezov nodded reluctantly and admitted. "What generation is the MiG-25?" the warlord asked next. "Third generation." The warlord suddenly showed a very angry expression. "Mr. Kemezov, I treat you as a friend, but you cheat me with this defective product. I said I only want the best product. Now I want to buy the Uragano. Although I don't understand it, I can still tell that you are selling me rubbish. Then you go buy it." Kemezov was so angry that his nose flared. He pointed to the Uragano and could not resist his urge to curse. "If you can buy that thing, I will gift you 20 MiG-25s for free. And I'll write my name backward from now on." Bathed in the attention of the crowd, the corner of Matteo's mouth raised slightly. He looked at Future Military's firmly shut hangar, and a hint of mockery and provocation emerged in his eyes. He did not think that Future Military could introduce anything more cutting-edge. Even the Aurora 20 standing on the pinnacle of the fifth-generation aircraft would be eclipsed by the Uragano. When the Uragano debuted, many people quickly recovered from the shock and turned their attention to Future Military's hangar. In everyone's subconscious mind, the only other company that could compete with Leonardo's sixth-generation fighter was Future Group, renowned for its artificial intelligence technology. As early as 5 years ago, the artificial intelligence, Little White, of Future Group represented the world's top artificial intelligence technology. After 5 years, Future 1.0 had been updated hundreds of times, and its artificial intelligence technology also improved countless times, but even today, no company could catch up to future technology from 5 years ago. Today, 5 years later, the three-level division of artificial intelligence proposed by Jiang Chen, the president of Future Group, became the mainstream standard for artificial intelligence grading. At present, most scientific research institutions in the world had set basic artificial intelligence as the first technical problem to be overcome. The price of Little White's source code on the dark web had been propped up to $500 million, but even with the high reward, no hacker had been able to crack the defense of future technology. In everyone's much-anticipated sight, a lure car arrived late, and Jiang Chen, who got off the car, finally appeared in front of everyone. When he saw the way people looked at him, he was confused for a moment, then a future military staff jogged to him and whispered a few words. When he saw the silver-white fighter parked on the runway, realization appeared in his eyes. Then he walked to the potential customers waiting in front of future military's hangar. "Sorry, I'm a little bit late." He smiled at everyone, cleared his throat, and then spoke. "First of all, what I want to say is that future military will not be exhibiting the 6th-generation fighter. If you want to buy a 6th-generation fighter, I recommend going there to inquire, although I don't guarantee they will give a reasonable offer." Jiang Chen noticed that when he said this, the customers gathered around him suddenly lost most of their interest in the plane parked in the hangar, and their attitude even changed. It was not surprising. The 5th-generation fighter would never beat the 6th-generation fighter, just like the human brain could never beat the computer. After all, in most people's cognition, it was the absolute truth. However, Jiang Chen's next sentence made everyone think for a second. "But our pilots can enable any 5th-generation fighter to have combat effectiveness comparable to that of the 6th-generation fighter." Pilots? A European customer processed the information, frowned, and asked incomprehensibly, "If I remember correctly, today should be an air show. What does it have to do with pilots? Does future military plan to open pilot training classes?" The hangar slowly opened, and a robot walked out of future military's hangar. The steady steps and motion of the shoulders were no different than the posture of ordinary people. If it weren't for the sci-fi design, it would be difficult to associate it with a robot. When Kemazov, who was standing on the other side of the runway, saw this robot, his first reaction was that it is a house robot of future heavy industries. His second reaction startled himself, and he muttered in his mind, "Fu*K, this can't be, Matador." Jiang Chen ignored the discussion behind him, then pointed to the robot coming out of the hangar and turned to the customers who gathered nearby, the first-generation electronic pilot developed by future military. It can replace conventional pilots to pilot fighters, completing maneuvers that the pilots themselves cannot perform, accurately identifying enemy units, and conducting strikes. In short, a 5th-generation fighter plus a Matador is equivalent to a downgraded version of a 6th-generation fighter. Wait! An electronic pilot? All the customers or potential customers in the audience were in a daze when they saw the 1.8 meters tall robot. Also, they had not recovered from Jiang Chen's previous words. Especially the phrase, "a 5th-generation fighter plus a Matador," is equivalent to a downgraded version of a 6th-generation fighter. All the words turned them dizzy. The common sense they gained over their lives told them that this sentence was complete nonsense, but when this sentence came out of the president of Future Group, even if they were reluctant to believe it, they still subconsciously gave it a second thought. However, after all, it is a downgraded version of the 6th-generation fighter. Mateo walked in front of Jiang Chen, and smiled, "Am I right? In front of the real 6th-generation fighter, it is still vulnerable and weak." When his high-quality customers began to surround the hangar of future military, Mateo noticed what had happened. This situation made him feel inexplicably annoyed, as if a well-prepared performance was ignored by the audience. Stupid audiences were more willing to pay attention to a popular singer, but ignore the efforts made by a veteran superstar. He admitted that he was a bit emotional, but he didn't regret walking here. If he had to steal these high-quality customers from future military, then he had to make them realize how foolish it was to expect future military to beat Leonardo on a fighter. Perhaps in front of a real sixth-generation fighter, Jiang Chen just grinned. Just when Mateo's smile seemed to declare his victory, Jiang Chen suddenly changed the topic and said with a mocking tone, "But it is more than enough to beat a semi-finished product." Mateo's smile of victory froze and the corner of his mouth twitched. However, the smile on his face remained unchanged. Semi-finished product? I don't understand what you are talking about. Do I have to be so explicit? Jiang Chen shrugged, raised his chin and pointed to the Uranigo, then smiled, "Don't tell me you plan to call that thing a sixth-generation fighter." Mateo's smile gradually disappeared. The audience seemed engaged in this drama. This kind of multi-billion-dollar deal was full of drama to begin with. With one side being future military and the other side being Leonardo, it was destined to be a good show full of chaos, especially with the two presidents going head-to-head. "Dare to have a friendly match with us?" Mateo pointed to the Matador robot, then smiled, "If you firmly believe that this thing is of little use. Why not?" Jiang Chen responded with the same smile, "Aurora may be used to deal with a normal sixth-generation fighter, but since it is a semi-finished product, it's naturally unnecessary." Mateo's expression turned cold. "Oh. Which one are you going to pilot?" Jiang Chen walked to the side of the airport runway, casually glanced at the plane that had left the hangar, then quickly made his choice. He walked to Kemazov. Kemazov was slightly confused when he saw Jiang Chen moving towards him. "Is there a problem?" Jiang Chen pointed to the MiG-25 parked beside the runway, then said nonchalantly, "How much does this thing cost? Give me one." Chapter 1372 We export the best pilots. Kemazov's jaw dropped when he learned about the bet between Jiang Chen and Mateo. "Wait a second. Why are you not using your Aurora 20 to compete with his sixth-generation fighter? Why are you using the almost scrapped MiG-25 instead? Are you trying to lose on purpose?" Because he was so shocked, Kemazov even forgot to mark up the price and directly quoted the cost. Since Jiang Chen did not want to bargain, he simply accepted the offer. In the end, this MiG-25 was sold to future military at cost as a test product in the competition against Leonardo. The competition quickly began. The two fighters were ready for takeoff on the runway. The MiG-25 was a third-generation fighter, so future military took off first. 5 minutes after the MiG-25 ascended, the Uragano also took off to start the game of cat and mouse. Inside the MiG-25 cockpit, the Matador skillfully operated the different instruments and devices, then checked whether all systems were functional. When Kemazov saw this scene, his pupils constricted. Until the Matador sat in the cockpit, he still had doubts about whether this robot could really pilot the MiG-25, but now all his doubts disappeared, and he started to look forward to this competition. Could the electronic pilot really do something amazing with the MiG-25 that was about to enter the museum and become history? Mateo was about to explode in anger when he saw the same scene. He felt like that his IQ was being insulted. After he politely greeted all the women in Jiang Chen's family in his mind, he gestured to his assistant with a churlish expression. "I want you to end the battle within 5 minutes. Shoot that stupid robot, along with their arrogance, down." As an old antique about to enter the cemetery of planes, the only real advantage of the MiG-25 was its speed. There was a saying a long time ago. One day Khrushchev inspected the Mikoyan Design Bureau and saw the MiG-25. He asked a designer and asked, "This aircraft uses so much steel and is so heavy. How can it avoid missiles?" The designer immediately opened the cockpit cover and responded politely, "Dear Comrade Khrushchev, you don't have to worry about that. This reflects the ingenuity of our design. You see, we have designed a throttle here." In the fall of 1971 before the Yom Kippur War, Soviet MiG-25s were stationed in Egypt for reconnaissance. After Israel's most advanced F-4 fighter jet spotted a MiG-25 in the air, it launched an AIM-9 Sidewinder missile. Then soon, the Israeli pilot saw a picture that he would never forget. The MiG-25 opened the afterburner, pushed down the throttle, sprayed a string of flames, and slipped away. Yes, just slipped away. With absolute speed, all maneuvering, radar, and flare were futile. At that time, NATO's air-to-air missiles were not faster than the MiG-25. Using steel instead of titanium alloy to solve the heat problem of the fuselage, and then using a larger engine to propel this giant steel lump into the air. Russians' unique aesthetics pushed the maximum speed of the MiG-25 to a daunting Mach 3.2 during Khrushchev's time. It was no exaggeration to say that without the wings, the fighter would just be a large missile. By the way, as the fifth-generation fighter, the highest speed of the standard version F-22 was only Mach 2.25. The Uragano counted down the time, and after 5 minutes had passed since the MiG-25 lifted off, the engine of the Uragano ignited, and the fighter accelerated at an incredible speed, pulled its nose up, and pierced into the sky. The spectators on both sides of the runway all agreed that just from the fluid takeoff, the Uragano was certainly worthy of the title of the sixth-generation fighter. Perhaps it was future military's arrogance, or perhaps it was its confidence. The decision to use MiG-25 to compete against the crystallization of the most cutting-edge technology of the Leonardo Group seemed to be foolish. If they decided to use the Aurora 20, perhaps they would still have a slim chance of winning, but with MiG-25. It was really a game of cat and mouse. Unlike the spectators on both sides of the runway, the Matador in the cockpit did not have the slightest of emotion in the wide-angle lenses, but only streams of data. The moment Uragano took off, the large section of the fighter performance had already been analyzed. Searching, comparing against enemy strength, after calculating, the odds of winning are only 0.1%, the best combat plan has been confirmed, executing. The MiG-25 did not use the fact that it took off first to seize the advantageous attack angle, but it just flew further away. Both sides had built-in cameras in the cockpit, and Celestial Trade Sky IX-1 was closely monitoring the situation. The pictures of the two fighters were transmitted to the surface in real time. The staff of Future Military had already prepared a few holographic computers to broadcast the competition to the audience in real time. Matteo sneered in his mind when he saw what the MiG-25 did. Seeking death. Less than half a minute after the Uragano took off, it was easily right on MiG-25's tail. Two air-to-air missiles were locked onto the fighter. In the 3 seconds that the missiles were approaching the fighter, the Matador calmly released flares. A series of sparks appeared in the air, and quickly the two missiles chased after two flares and completely ignored the escaping MiG-25. Your electronic pilot is only good at running away. Matteo mocked as he looked at Jiang Chen. Just keep watching. Jiang Chen smiled and did not take his mockery to heart. Jiang Chen's reaction made Matteo feel that he punched a ball of wool. However, when he was about to throw in a few more taunts, he felt something was off when he realized that the distance between the two fighters were closing. However, the ominous feeling just appeared for a brief moment because common sense told him that the situation was impossible. The Uragano was still trailing the MiG-25's tail, and from time to time it would fire its autocannon. However, all the missiles were perfectly distracted by the flares, and none of the autocannon shots hit. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Just as the speed of the MiG-25 reached Mach 3.2, the Matador suddenly pulled up. At this moment, it completely turned into a real Matador as it revealed its silver clock to the Uragano closely behind it. The nose of the MiG-25 suddenly pulled up and created an incredible trajectory in the air. The tail and nose of the aircraft switched positions in an instant, and the speed suddenly dropped from Mach 3.2 to below Mach 1. Cobra maneuver. Kemazov almost shouted out. His eyes widened as he continued, "That's impossible." It was indeed impossible. The aerodynamic layout of the MiG-25 meant that it was impossible to perform the Cobra maneuver. Forcibly pulling the nose up at a high speed would only result in a fatal crash, and the pilot would be the first one to go. However, because it was the MiG-25, the steel-made fuselage design prevented the belly and wings of the MiG-25 from being torn apart. The entire fighter was like a dry leaf pushed away by the wind, spinning in the air. The winner was decided in an instant. The Urangano accelerated to its speed limit and pierced the body of the MiG-25 that suddenly decelerated. It was just a pity that it did not use its autocannons or missiles. But the pilot probe in the front. Regardless, it was impossible to find the pilot probe that made the kill. In a car accident, or rather, in a fighter accident, it did not matter whether it was a sixth-generation fighter or a third-generation fighter, the final outcome was the same. The match ended in a tie. However, the Matador piloted a third-generation fighter, and Leonardo's Uragano was a sixth-generation fighter. The sixth-generation fighter and the third-generation machine drew a tie, so everyone who understood the outcome realized that the Uragano had lost. No one can beat the future group in artificial intelligence technology. I finally understand why future military did not bet on the sixth-generation fighter. Next to the airport runway, the man with a Chinese face gently sighed. Indeed, the reasons did not need to be said. If the pinnacle of the fifth-generation fighter, Aurora 20, could turn into the pinnacle of the sixth-generation fighter in the hands of future military at any time, it would be unnecessary to spend money and energy to research the sixth-generation fighter. In the thick black smoke, fragments rained down as two sparks could be seen from afar. It wasn't just the wreckage of the MiG-25 and the Uragano that fell, but also the last remaining pride in Matteo's heart. Matteo stared at the sky in a daze until Nicola, who was next to him, poked his arm. He finally regained his thoughts, moved his stiff neck, and looked at Jiang Chen next to him. Although he considered the 1 in 10,000th chance of the sixth-generation fighter losing to the third-generation fighter, he did not consider that it would end like this. The slow-motion playback at the last moment told him that the Uranago still made evasive actions when it was about to hit the MiG-25. However, even AI could not execute the maneuver at that speed, only God could do it. Especially when the opponent had already calculated the move ahead. From the very beginning, the MiG-25 controlled by the Matador planned the crash. Actually, you don't have to be so depressed, Jiang Chen coughed, patted Matteo on the shoulder, and said with a smile, at least we are tied, and I didn't make a bet with you. Jiang Chen was about to burst out laughing. After he said this, he quickly stepped aside. When Matteo saw Jiang Chen's shaking shoulders, he felt something sweet from his throat and almost coughed out blood. On the other side of the runway, Kemazov looked at the sky and stood as still as a sculpture. He was completely lost for words. It was the warlord that helped him regain his senses. The warlord looked at him sincerely, dragged on his arm, and said genuinely, "Mr. Kemazov, my friend, sorry that I blamed you. What you plan to sell me is definitely not a piece of junk. Well, just give me 10 of the MiG-25 that shot down the sixth-generation fighter. Wait, no, 20. The Holy Shield system was about to be repaired. As the Parliament announced the specific time of the Holy Shield activation, the streets and alleys of 6th Street were decorated by festive lights and filled with a celebratory atmosphere. For the survivors in Shanghai, the Holy Shield was not only a shield to isolate them from the apocalypse, but also a banner. Especially for those who had lived here and had witnessed that prosperous and great age, the status of the Holy Shield in their hearts was particularly sacred. Repair the Holy Shield meant the possibility of restoring order. Coinciding with the completion of the Fourth Garden of Eden, NAC lowered the prices of agricultural products for the second time in a year. The purchasing power of credit points continued to increase, and the prices of commodities had decreased. The smiles on the survivors who lived in the 6th Street also grew brighter. From the perspective of enriching the spiritual and cultural beliefs of the people, the Parliament, with surplus funding, decided to take advantage of this opportunity to announce that the day the Holy Shield activated would be Holy Shield Day, and it would stipulate that every year at this time, the Parliament would fund a large-scale celebration. For the icing on the cake, the North American colony just sent dozens of tons of newly produced white crab roe sauce to the 6th Street, as well as a poster of the colony. Based on the description of sailors returning from North America, a few boxes of canned meat that were no longer attractive in the 6th Street could be exchanged for a blonde girl, and a pack of cigarettes could buy a young girl's first night. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, primitive desires could stimulate people's drive and motivation. On the day when the white crab roe sauce was sold in the 6th Street, there was a long queue at the entrance of the colonial registration point. Any citizen of any level with citizenship issued by the NAC military government could register as a glorious colonizer at the registration point. The military government promised to arrange work for the colonists, reimburse the boat fare, and subsidize 50 to 100 credits per month based on the colonist's citizenship level for 5 years. At the port of Shanghai, the elevator was hoisting containers onto the cargo ship. The sailors on deck were smoking listlessly because they were about to set sail and were destined to miss a grand celebration. "Don't you want to wait until the celebration is over? I heard they said that the arrogant girls will perform on stage. If I remember correctly, the lead singer is your goddess." No, Han Yu dragged his suitcases, shook his head, and looked to the port with a hint of longing in his eyes. "Once I accomplish something, I will come back for her." Song Zhongwei did not try to persuade further. He let out a sigh, then patted his good buddy twice on the shoulder with force, and said with encouragement, "It is good to have a dream. This world has changed, you should have a dream too." Fate was always a curious topic. They didn't know each other before the apocalypse. Song Zhongwei was an indie singer who enjoyed music, and Han Yu was a bank security guard. The lives of the two people were parallel to each other. If it weren't for the fact that they lied next to each other's hibernation chamber, they wouldn't have known each other's name. After they woke up from the fallout shelter and were told by a NAC soldier in a kinetic skeleton that it was the 20th year of the apocalypse, it took them a full year to adapt to the new order and try to accept the devastated city in front of them. At that time, the two became friends. "What's your dream?" "Lie down in the hibernation chamber again." Song Zhongwei rolled his eyes. "Wake up 200 years later and become an old-school singer." "It has to be retro, right, haha." The two laughed and punched each other in the chest, and the two looked at each other and smiled. Song Zhongwei grinned and said seriously to Hang Yu, "Be careful. I've heard people say that it is far more complicated there. In addition to crystals and blondes, there are mutated humans and cannibal tribes. Risks and opportunities coexist. I'll live." Han Yu tried to make himself sound more light-hearted, then he stopped for a moment, looked at the cargo ship blowing its sirens, and suddenly smiled. "This is enough. Guy," Song Zhongwei jokingly kicked him on the butt, and his tone was a little sorrowful, "it's going to sail, go. Don't forget, you still owe me a meal." "Ha, there are a lot of things I owe you." Han Yu patted his butt and walked towards the cargo ship with his suitcases. The siren rang 3 times to say goodbye to the people on the shore. The NAC cargo ship sailed away from the port of Shanghai. Escorted by 2 warships, the ship would head north along the edge of Eurasia, cross the cold current at Bering Strait, bypass the Golden Waterway outside Alaska, travel south along the shores of the North American continent, and finally arrive at the port established by NAC in California. After half a month of sailing, Han Yu, on the deck, finally saw the long-lost coastline. The fabled North America. He had been here before the war as a tourist. However, at this moment, when he gazed at Los Angeles in the distance, there was no trace of what it used to be. Most of the Hollywood Hills were shaved off, and the villas that once stood there were non-existent, leaving only bare dirt hills. Just as Han Yu tried to recall the city's original skyline, he heard a coarse and loud voice behind him. As the other colonists on the deck turned their heads together to the entrance of the cabin, they saw the shaggy captain who they had only seen once when they boarded the ship. Here we are, California is in front of us. It used to be called Los Angeles, I think, now it doesn't matter what you call it. This place is different from the 6th Street. After you leave the NAC colony, it is barbarian land. There is no order here, even in a settlement of survivors. I hope your muzzles will point to the same direction after you get off. This is probably just like Shanghai from a few years ago, survivors are more dangerous than deathclaws. Rather than being caught by mutated humans, it is better to give yourself a bullet to the head. However, I think my nonsense is pointless to most of you. On the deck, the captain snorted, took out a low-quality cigar from his pocket, blew out a cloudy smoke ring, and looked at the faintly visible port. I admit that this place is full of opportunities. Canned meat can be exchanged for what you want, but I advise you to always think twice. Before you enjoy life, you must first do everything possible to save your life. The siren blew 3 times, and the ship moved to the port. The cargo ship got closer and closer to the port. At this moment, the captain smoking a cigar suddenly noticed there was something wrong with the port. The port was so quiet. If it was the usual, every time he pulled goods from the 6th Street, it would make the colony cheer. Especially the pine nuts alcohol. Some drunkards could even sleep at the port for the entire night with just a quilt, just so they could exchange the booze with crystals or other shiny things with the sailors. Anything with alcohol sold well in the colony. But now, even the port workers disappeared. Wait, the unshaven captain frowned slightly, took out the binoculars from his pocket, and pointed to the harbor. His brows were tightly locked together, and the corners of his chapped mouth were slightly open. He whispered, "Something is wrong, Han, you didn't notice anything unusual." On top of the deck, he felt the coldness of the wind slip into his collar. After he shuddered, he wrapped the collar of his jacket tighter, put his hands into the pockets of his windbreaker, touched a pendant, and a hint of warmth rose in his heart. He bought the pendant from a small vendor selling souvenirs at a concert before the war. He never expected the world would change, the rules would change, everything would change. However, he was the one who had not changed. Compared to Song Zhongwei, who had lost everything, he felt that he was lucky after all. Arrogant Girls was still holding a concert, although the drummer had changed and so did the stage. He quietly watched the silent harbor, but suddenly, he remembered that they should have brought more winter clothes for this trip. It was the colony. There was no holy shield to protect him from the wind and rain. We don't export fighters, but we export the best pilots. A short ad slogan made future military the star among the audience. Especially among customers from third world countries, the enthusiasm for the Matador was particularly high. Even though the price of the first-generation electronic pilot, Matador, was an astounding 15 million XIN new dollars, which exceeded the price of the MiG-25 itself, it did not dampen their enthusiasm. Give us 50. If you are willing to sell us 20 electronic pilots every year for the next 10 years and promise to give priority to upgrading and maintaining our Matadors after the AI update, I can give you some information as well. The central government will issue a policy by the end of this year at the latest, and the threshold for the Maglev Road will be open early next year from our country's first-tier cities to inland second-tier cities. Can the price be cheaper? Our country is not developed. If you are willing to give me a 10% discount, we can discuss the possibility of subways or copper mines. A wonderful showdown. We are very interested in your Matador. If you plan to sell, we are willing to purchase 30 Matadors in one lump sum payment. If you are willing to authorize the relevant technology, please be sure to consider us. The price of 15 million XIN new dollars was not an expensive figure for most people, or rather, it could be considered cheap. Why? Some simple math could explain the reasoning. According to international standards, the cost of flying a third-generation fighter for 1 hour was about $50,000 and training a pilot required at least 180 hours of training per year. However, the world generally agreed that an experienced third-generation fighter pilot needed 1,000 hours of flying experience, therefore, it was simple to do the math. Training an experienced pilot would cost at least $50 million, and an ace pilot with a flight time of more than 3,000 hours would require at least $200 million. Whether it was familiarity with the radar, grasp of the timing of maneuvers, judgment of the situation, or the timing of the flare. Even an ace pilot-controlled MiG-25 would not be able to execute all these steps to perfection. The Matador had already demonstrated its inhuman combat qualities, which turned air combat into a game with predictable outcomes. A pilot superior to an ace pilot for only a cost of $15 million new dollars. Especially this deal also included future upgrades, maintenance as well as other services. Without the need to think, after everyone witnessed such an amazing competition, the Matador naturally became top of the list. Whether it was a third world country or a first world country, everyone opened their wallet to fight for the limited number of Matadors from the future military. At first, Jiang Chen didn't expect the sales to be so explosive. Not only were the 20 units quickly sold out, but orders were even scheduled until the end of next year. This demand even caught him by surprise. Originally, he thought that it would take some time for these people to accept the concept of electronic pilots. However, he did not expect that a MiG-25 and a quasi-6th generation Urano would actually help him with free promotion. When Jiang Chen looked to Mateo, who blankly stared into the ocean, he finally resisted the urge to laugh. Regardless, this man did do him a huge favor and it would be rude to make fun of him. Mateo's expression was a bit sluggish when he gazed into the ocean, his Adam's apple moved up and down from time to time, and internal, he wanted to cry. Not far away, 2 engineering ships were moored, and the hooks on the mechanical cantilevers were searching for the wreckages under the guidance of divers. Celestial Trade generously stated that it would help Leonardo salvage the wreckage of the 6th generation fighter for free. As for the MiG-25, because of its limited value, future military decided against retrieving its wreckage. MiG-25's cockpit was the first to be retrieved. The MiG, which was hit in the belly by the Uragano's pilot probe, split in 2 from the middle. However, it was more complete than the Uragano body that smashed into steel. Future military's Matador, whose head was smashed into pieces, were pulled out from the cockpit. It was placed at the most conspicuous position for exhibition and similar to displaying a hero, it once again won the applause and praise of the people. The applause sounded so harsh in Mateo's ears. He never thought that it would end in this way. The Uragano did not win him a single order but instead caused his other fighters to not sell as well. With absolute advantage, their Uragano managed a tie with the MiG-25. There was almost no doubt that starting from tomorrow, their hard work would definitely become the laughing stock. He was most worried about whether or not NATO would reconsider the research and development plan with Leonardo. After all, it appeared that the defeated Uragano was a complete failure. It was difficult to say whether NATO would pay for these failed machines. If the answer was no, Leonardo's investment would be completely written off. If the answer was yes, it would continue to invest in the Uragano to improve this fighter with an already failed label. The risk to the company would be immense. In any case, the result of this competition had forced him and his company into a dilemma. He could only hope NATO would make it less difficult for him. Cheers to our victory. Cheers. The crisp clings of glasses were joined together, and the noisy laughter and chatter seemed out of place compared with the atmosphere of the restaurant. Jiang Chen booked a Michelin 3-star restaurant in the heart of the sea. He had invited all future military senior executives and scientists. The table was full of delicious food, a bottle of vintage red wine was served to everyone, and it was a feast. In particular, because the president was also here, everyone was drinking and spared no effort in an attempt to make an impression in front of Jiang Chen. The 3rd day of the defense exhibition had just come to an end. Future military had received more than 50 billion new dollars in orders. Especially today, the total value of orders for more than 700 Matadors had exceeded 10 billion. These orders were enough for future military to digest till the end of next year, and the CEO would not need to worry about quarterly or annual reports for at least 2 years. The theme of tomorrow's defense exhibition was air defense, and it was no longer the home court of future military. Future military did not intend to sell its laser anti-missile or interference technology, so it generously gave the stage to its two allies, Russia and Hua, to show their muscles. To be honest, in fact, from the third day on, it was no longer future military's home court. Future military had no plan to sell fighters at all. If it weren't for Leonardo's desperate attempt to make an impression, the situation would not have turned out like this. Chapter 1375 The Man Who Conquered Ocean. Jiang Chen had said long ago that Future Group stood on the shoulders of giants. Lilith, as the most powerful artificial intelligence, helped a lot in designing the AI for electronic pilots. It was fair to say that 60% of the credit belonged to her, and the remaining 40% was the work of all the scientists at Future Military's Artificial Intelligence Technology Laboratory. The future of the military industry was AI, and so was the focus of Future Military. Not only electronic pilots, but also projects like more flexible battlefield robots were on the list of Future Military's development. In Future Military's laboratory, some AI soldiers could already skillfully use weapons, vehicles, and different terrains to fight, but the expensive cost and poor price-performance ratio made it impossible to move them from the lab environment to the frontline battlefield. But Jiang Chen was very certain about one point. In the not-too-distant future, the war of flesh and blood would eventually be replaced by the bursts of electric sparks. The fourth day of the defense exhibition was still held at the temporary airport. From S-400 to HQ-15 air defense missiles, thick and long air defense missiles were lined up on both sides of the runway. Compradors from different countries commented on the missile launch vehicles and exchanged questions about weapon performance and price with military sales personnel. As expected by Jiang Chen, the defense exhibition had developed into a wrestling match between military-industrial enterprises from Russia and military-industrial enterprises from Hua, and the battlefield of competition even extended from arms itself to supporting facilities. Since the celebration banquet was held in advance, from today on, Future Military decided to minimize its presence. Therefore, Future Group President Jiang Chen was not at the scene. Instead, Future Military CEO Ling Tao replaced him. Originally Jiang Chen planned to take the time to head to Coconut Island and dump the accumulated materials to the apocalypse, but he did not expect a rare visitor to come to the door. "Why, based on your unexpected expression, you don't seem to welcome this old man?" Outside the door, Yi Qinghua looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Not much had changed since the last time they met more than a year ago. The old man still looked healthy without the slightest sign of aging. Not at all. Jiang Chen laughed and gestured to his room, "Please come in." What surprised Jiang Chen was that Yi Qinghua, who had not contacted him for a long time, actually came to visit him in person this time. When Aisha saw a guest, she prepared a cup of tea for the two, and then turned around and went to the second floor. By coincidence, Natasha, who had just finished washing up, walked downstairs while yawning. She was slightly taken aback when she saw Elder Yi, and then said hello respectfully. When she passed by Jiang Chen, she leaned over and kissed Jiang Chen on the cheek like a wife who was about to go to work. At the same time, she quickly said in a voice that only Jiang Chen could hear, "Why is he here?" After Natasha got up, Jiang Chen responded with a helpless look that only she could see. "I don't know." Today was a workday and Natasha had to be at the embassy. As for Xia Xiu, who was never late, she had already gone to the office early in the morning. After the door closed, only Jiang Chen and Elder Yi were in the living room. Elder Yi blew on the tea leaves floating on the hot tea, smiled, and said, "Mr. Zhang's mansion is quite lively." "Huh, not at all," Jiang Chen said with a humble smile. "I heard that today is the highlight of the exhibition. Did you not go and take a look? Our air defense system is not for sale and I don't have much interest in the air defense system of other companies." Therefore, I just let Ling Tao go for me. Jiang Chen smiled back. I think it's not that you don't want to sell it, it's just that you can't find a place to downgrade it, Yi Qinghua scolded while laughing. You are right to understand it that way, Jiang Chen touched his nose, and continued to spill out nonsense, but I prefer to call it, for the time being, there is no military air defense system suitable for overseas markets. What Elder Yi said was indeed one reason. The laser anti-missile system itself was very cutting-edge technology, and future military had not mastered the technology for too long, therefore, there was no place to downgrade the technology. If they decided to sell the laser anti-missile system intact, it would weaken the strategic deterrence of celestial trade. Sure enough. Let's talk about it's fine if you downgrade the technology of drone or kinetic skeleton, I can't say much. But you downgraded the rifle too. This is not good business practice, is it? Yi Qinghua lectured Jiang Chen with deep remorse in his tone. The way he sounded made it feel like he was the one who lost out on the deal, even though he was just a retired diplomat. On the first day of the defense exhibition, Hua purchased a large quantity of S-1 kinetic skeletons from future military, as well as scythe drones and the supporting S-1 rifles. If it weren't for the fact that the S-1 rifle could be connected to the kinetic skeleton by wire, the auxiliary aiming function of the digital helmet could assist aiming, and the performance was good, no one would buy a downgraded rifle. We just distinguished the military sales version from the internal version, Jiang Chen tried to defend himself, just like your Type 95 and Type 97. Isn't one for internal use and one for external use? I dare to swear on my conscience and say that the difference between the Type 95 and the Type 97 is only the caliber of ammunition, and there is not much difference in performance. Do you dare to swear on your conscience and say that the performance of the S-1 and the Ripper is the same? Yi Qinghua stared at Jiang Chen. You didn't just come here to complain about this, right? Jiang Chen said helplessly. Don't mind you, I'm just talking nonsense. Elder Yi smiled and waved his hand. By the way, let's talk about business. Are you interested in a deal? What deal? You're not here to sell missiles, right? Jiang Chen picked up the teacup and joked. Let me ask first, did you salvage the wreckage of the Urangano? He sipped his tea quietly, and after he put the cup down, he gave him a side eye. What do you want to do? For some reason, the amiable smile resembled more and more like the squinting eye of an old cunning fox. If you can't find it, you might as well sell it to us. Anyway, you don't need those things, right? After Yi Qinghua's nonsense, the old fox finally revealed the true purpose of his visit. Countries were now researching the sixth-generation fighter, and Hua was certainly no exception. It was hard to say how close they were to the true sixth-generation fighter, but if they could get a frame of reference, it would undoubtedly boost the development. Just this, Jiang Chen sighed and waved his hand. Just for the wrecked plane, you came here, the Russians also came, and even the Germans came. How about this, I'll have someone scan the drawing of the Uragano and send the drawing to your embassy. I won't charge you. You can buy another 10,000 kinetic skeletons, and I will give the drawing as a gift for free. What do you think? You can scan out the drawings. Yi Qinghua said blankly. Why not? Jiang Chen smiled and put one leg on his other knee, then leaned back on the sofa. I can even 3D print a new one if I want. Yi Qinghua was silent. After a long silence, he suddenly asked. I don't understand. While it won't be too easy, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to develop a sixth-generation fighter, but why are you not interested in it at all? For someone who has already conquered the ocean, you can ask him why he doesn't research the canoe. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, then I will ask you in turn, why must I research the sixth-generation fighter? For someone who has already conquered the ocean, you can ask him why he doesn't research the canoe. This sentence blew up in Elder Ye's mind. After he had thought about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. Celestial Trade Marine Corps had already set their foot on Mars, and the Envoy-class starship built by Future Group was already infinitely close to the Kuiper Belt. At this point it was not necessary for future group to waste money to develop fighters used in the atmosphere. Sixth generation fighter. Which generation would the Stingray X be considered? The two parties agreed that Hua would purchase another 10,000 set of S-1 kinetic skeletons, scythe drones, and supporting S-1 rifles, and future military would include the drawings of Uragano free of charge, and at the same time, transfer a 3D printed Uragano for a price of 500 million XI in new dollars. With the verbal contract promised by Jiang Chen, Yi Qinghua finished the cup of tea and said goodbye politely. When Jiang Chen sent Elder Yi to the entrance, he was about to say goodbye, but the old man turned around with a smile and said, "By the way, you really are not going to consider Yunfei? I think you two will be a good match. What's more, we are all from the same place, and the Yi family is a prominent family in the south. It will be a win-win situation." Jiang Chen had to think for a while before he recalled Elder Ye's precious granddaughter Yi Yunfei. Jiang Chen, with black dots over his head, responded politely. "You see, my house is already so lively, why do you want your granddaughter to be here? You haven't married yet." Jiang Chen half pushed Elder Yi out of the door, and the old man kept joking while he turned his head, "I don't think you're the type to care, are you really not going to think about it again?" It was because Elder Yi and Jiang Chen's father were close, hence why he could joke with Jiang Chen. But Yi Qinghua certainly considered this as a real possibility. If his precious granddaughter could really marry Jiang Chen, it would be a good tale for the Republic as well as the Yi family. But as Jiang Chen said, his house was already lively enough. If it were 5 years ago, maybe he would really consider it. After all, just Yi Yunfei's beauty, talent or temperament would make countless people worship her. From the new rich to the noble son of a prominent family, it was rare to find someone who could resist her charm. As for now that his status changed, his view also changed, and his mentality naturally changed as well. After he sent Elder Yi away, he called Ling Tao, the CEO of Future Military, who was at the exhibition site. "After we salvage the Uragano, send a few technicians to scan the drawings, and then return the wreckage to Leonardo. The design drawings of the Uragano have been scanned and archived." Ling Tao walked to the side with the phone. As he spoke, a triumphant grin also appeared. "Leonardo won't know what we did. They just thanked us for not dissembling their prototype." "Good job," Jiang Chen laughed, then continued, "After the defense exhibition is over, print a few copies of the drawings for me, and then get the factory to print 5 prototypes based on the drawings." "I'll do it now." Ling Tao nodded. After he ended the conversation, Jiang Chen went to the gym on the 2nd floor to see Aisha, who was working out. He explained that he would have to leave for a period of time, as well as made arrangements. Because Jiang Chen had already told her back in August that he would return to the apocalypse after the defense exhibition, while Aisha said she would miss him, she didn't say much more. On Xia Shiyu's side, "I already told her last night. As for Natasha, just tell her that I'm going to the moon colony on a business trip for a while." Aisha gently printed a kiss on his lips, then she longingly rubbed his cheek. Because she was working out, there were droplets of sweats on her pristine neck and forehead. Strands of her curly brown hair were wet and decorated her beautiful face. She looked particularly attractive at this moment. "This is unfair to me." "Unfair? Why don't you leave tomorrow? I want you to tell me at night." A layer of fine mist covered her sapphire-like eyes that radiated an adorning look. The emotion was instantly captured by Jiang Chen. "It's okay, daytime is fine too." As Jiang Chen grabbed those delicate hands, this time, Jiang Chen kissed her. In the sweaty gym, the heavy panting that seemed to resemble a long marathon reverberated in the room. Palm leaves outside the window gently swayed in the sea breeze and covered the scandalous moments behind the window. Everything that happened at this moment could not be told. After everything happened, most of the morning had passed. He took Aisha to take a shower, wasted some more time at home, and when he saw that the sun outside had already climbed above the tree branches, he decided to change his plan and leave after lunch. Aisha, who deliberately walked into the kitchen without closing the door, directly put the towel wrapped around her aside and tied on her apron. The white apron covered her delicate body. Although all the places that should be covered were covered, the not covered parts were even more attractive. If it was not for the fact that he had things to finish in the afternoon, Jiang Chen would definitely have eaten her for lunch too. After Jiang Chen hurriedly finished the sumptuous lunch, he helped Aisha put the plates back into the dishwasher, left a kiss on her lips at the entrance, then left the mansion. Since Natasha moved into the mansion, Coconut Island became Jiang Chen's buffer zone for interdimensional travel. It could eliminate the need to answer questions, and it was also a station for him to transport rare goods to the apocalypse. Although the apocalypse could produce most foods on its own, due to many factors such as the environment and production conditions, most of the crops produced from the Garden of Edens were crops with predictable and stable output, such as rice, potatoes, carrots, and cabbage. Foods such as grains, other vegetables, and fruits were still produced by the submarine farms under the XIN Ocean Agriculture, controlled by Future Group. However, most of these high-end goods were the employee benefits of the NAC military government, and generally were not sold unless there was an abundance of supplies. Metal resources such as steel, aluminum, finished molybdenum, rare earth minerals, and other metal resources produced by future mining were also transported. These metal mines almost supported the entire industry in the 6th Street. If they depended on scavengers picking garbage alone, the factory would be able to produce a few power armors at most. After he landed on Coconut Island by helicopter, he turned off the drone security system as usual, and at the same time transferred the staff stationed on the island on the grounds of a military exercise. When he was the only one left on the island, he walked to the port of Coconut Island. As he stood in front of the mountain of containers, he took a deep breath, took out a few crystals and pinched them in his hands. Then, he rolled up the sleeves of his arms. If he was lucky, he could finish everything in the afternoon. It's time to work. He muttered silently in his mind, then pressed his hand against the first container. A large warehouse that covered an area of tens of acres, topped by an opaque graphene roof, was located between town of Xinxiang and Fishbone Base. It was the suburb of Wanghai, but also the center of the NAC military government. The first Garden of Eden built by NAC was on the edge of Jianshan Lake, northwest of Wanghai. In the direction of Jiaxing, there were a large number of military factories and military bases built by NAC. Under normal circumstances, this huge warehouse was always full of T3 and T4 power armors just manufactured by the military factories at the 6th Street, as well as K2 kinetic skeletons mounted with optical engines, or used spacecraft fixed by Jiang Lin and other technologists. This warehouse was heavily guarded by the 1st Division, and a radius of 1 kilometer was designated as the controlled zone. Any survivors who attempted to approach would be persuaded or ordered to leave. For those who decided not to leave, probably no one would treat their own life with such carelessness. On certain days, the army stationed near the warehouse would inexplicably receive a transfer order and then withdraw from the military restricted area completely. Once another group of soldiers and the trucks from logistics department arrived, the high-tech equipment in the warehouse were often replaced with containers filled with different necessities and goods. Then the workers would load the containers onto heavy trucks with cranes and celebrate the day as if it was a holiday. Then they would ship the goods to the logistics centers near the Garden of Eden and separate everything into categories. As for how often this special day happened, it depended on the mood of the NAC general. When Jiang Chen was free to transport materials between the two worlds. Today was that special day, and the logistic trucks were lined up outside the warehouse. Trucks were like commodities on the assembly line as they entered the warehouse from the east, waited for the cranes to load the goods, and then left the warehouse in a straight line from the west. Under the command of the logistics officials, they transported to their respective locations in an orderly fashion. 50 containers stuffed with canned meat, my goodness, where do you think these good things come from? A logistic official who helped load the trucks exclaimed as he counted the giant mountain-like pile of containers against the checklist in his hands. As a civil servant in the logistics department of the NAC military government, he recalled that when he came here a few days ago, it was a warehouse full of power armors and K2 kinetic skeletons. It didn't take long before they became tons of food, supplies, and metal ingots. An older worker who just loaded a counted container onto the truck wiped the sweat from his forehead. He watched the truck that left for the exit in the operating room, then tossed the heavily stained towel onto the station while he jokingly cussed. Don't ask so much. Just focus on your work. If the count is wrong, you'll have a lot more to worry about. Whatever. How can I count wrong? The inside of the warehouse was bustling and so was the outside. Next to the stream of vehicles moving forward, Jiang Chen handed a list to Wang Qing and at the same time reminded. The list is here, remember to double-check. It will be a busy few days. Not at all. Wang Qing smiled humbly. She nodded and said, this is my job after all. A container could hold 800 to 952 boxes of goods. Jiang Chen sent 50 containers of canned meat this time. Based on 30 canned meat products per box, the number of canned meats alone was 1.35 million. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Wang Qing. Jiang Chen still remembered that when Wang Qing was first appointed as the head of logistics, she was just a timid and shy girl with freckles on the tip of her nose and a pair of glasses fixed on her face. The reason why she was appointed as the head of the logistics was that on the one hand, she was an accountant before the war, and on the other hand, she just needed to manage the small warehouse that was only a few dozen square meters in the backyard of the mansion. It was better to find a timid and fearful person than to find a fierce one. With the expansion of Fishbone Base and the NAC territory, the burden on her had gradually increased. From the initial warehouse clerk to the head of logistics, and now, together with Lu Huasheng, who started in construction, became one of the most senior officials in the civil service system of the NAC military government. Her transformation up till now had been quite astounding. I have to thank General for giving me this opportunity. Wang Qing smiled and her eyes gleamed with gratitude. Don't flatter me, I didn't teach you anything, but I often ask for your help. Jiang Chen laughed, by the way, are there any guys you like? Cheng Weigua's children can almost go and buy soy sauce themselves now and even Lu Huasheng got married quietly. In the first 30 people, you are the only one that's still single, which is somewhat odd. So, if there's someone you like, I can call the shots for you. General, are you serious? Wang Qing blinked and said. Of course. Jiang Chen raised his chin and said with a joking smile, as long as you don't encourage me to destroy other people's families, I can't do that kind of thing. She had an urge to say something for a moment, but in the end, Wang Qing just pursed the corner of her mouth, swallowed that sentence, smiled, and shook her head. I have dedicated my life to NAC. I haven't found anyone I like for the time being. You must remember to tell me if you find someone you like. Don't tell me after you get married. Jiang Chen jokingly scolded. Wang Qing smiled. Okay. Not surprisingly, the entire warehouse had been working tirelessly from noon until dark. Wang Qing moved another group of staff from the logistics department, and everyone worked around the clock to load the trucks. After Jiang Chen saw that there was no place he could help, he returned to the mansion. When Yao Yao saw her beloved big brother come back, she happily jumped into Jiang Chen's arms and rubbed her face against his chest. Then she ran into the kitchen to prepare dinner for him. Sun Jiao dragged him to the sofa in the living room and sat down. After a while, Xiaoro, who noticed the noise downstairs, also came down and sat opposite Jiang Chen. She playfully grabbed his arm. You finally came back, Sun Jiao pouted, but when she looked him in the eyes, a lot of her complaints disappeared right away. When the atmosphere gradually became sensual, Xiaoro, the third wheel, coughed at an untimely moment. With her index finger pressed to her lower lip, she grinned naughtily. Yes, you finally came back. When brother-in-law was away, my sister was quite lonely. Every time she took a shower, she would, Sun Jiao's cheeks immediately turned red, and she glared at her sister fiercely. She wanted to cover her mouth. What nonsense are you speaking? Don't come here, I just want to say, you take a long bath every day, ha ha ha, it's itchy. Xiao hid half of her body behind Jiang Chen and giggled while she tried to avoid the claws of her sister. Then, she looked to Jiang Chen pitifully and sought help. Brother-in-law, my sister wants to bully me, help me bully her, okay? Okay, stop fooling around. It took a lot of effort to separate the embarrassed Sun Jiao from the pretending to be pitiful Xiao. After the two sisters settled down, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then looked at the closed door on the other side of the living room, and asked in confusion, by the way, where is Lin Lin? Did she fall asleep so early today? Lin Lin has been in the lab for the past while. When Jiang Chen brought up Lin Lin, Sun Jiao looked worried. You should go see her later, she misses you too. Aha, after stroking Sun Jiao's hair, Jiang Chen nodded seriously, I'll go now. Sister Lin Lin is sleeping, can you not wake her up? At the gate of Lin's research institute, a girl stood in front of Jiang Chen. Her long black hair fell to her waist, her tall delicate nose and vivid eyes were almost carved in the same mold as Lin Lin. If she dyed her long black hair into silvery white, even Jiang Chen couldn't tell whether she was Lin Lin's clone sister or Lin Lin herself. Are you? Jiang Chen looked at the girl standing in front of him and asked in a slight daze. I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi tilted her head, looked at Jiang Chen, and said, I saw you in the fallout shelter at the bottom of the lake. You helped me put clothes on. Lin Yi? Number 0001. In the future, remember not to talk about this kind of thing. Jiang Chen touched his nose awkwardly, coughed, and said, by the way, what is Lin Lin up to now? I don't know. Lin Yi shook his head, I just often hear from my sister that she has almost succeeded. When did she start to say it? Lin Yi tilted her head and said, the month before last month. Almost succeeded. That's still a long way to go, okay? While Jiang Chen thought this in his mind, he also felt guilty. He knew what Lin Lin was researching, and he knew why she was working so hard. There were more and more things he had to deal with in that world and it was difficult to spend a long time here with them. Perhaps it was because of her envy towards Lilith or the yearning for that beautiful world. Lin Lin had been doing all she could to research interdimensional travel. He gently pushed open the door to the lab and saw Lin Lin who had fallen asleep on the chair. He stood at the door and stopped for a moment. Instead of waking her up, he took out a coat from his storage dimension, stepped forward, and gently covered her body. Maybe she felt the warmth around her. Her delicate hand gently clenched onto the corner of the coat, and her petite body shrank unconsciously into the warm coat. Her delicate nose moved a little, and a sweet smile gradually appeared. She was just like a squirrel that had dreamt of her favorite nuts and was celebrating the newfound happiness. Because he was worried about waking her up, Jiang Chen didn't do anything more. He just smiled at her, and when he left the lab, he gently closed the door. The silence returned to the room. After a while, the little girl on the table slowly opened her misty eyes. The corners of her curved mouth pouted, and the little hand that held the coat moved closer to her neck. She used the coat to hide the red hue on her cheeks. Idiot, you woke me up, she complained in a quiet voice, but even if she were pouting, the arc of joy couldn't be hidden. Digitalized humans are not afraid of the cold. She remembered very clearly that she had told Jiang Chen many times. However, Jiang Chen never seemed to remember this. But for some reason, this kind of forgetfulness made her feel a real hint of warmth. The celebration would be held on October 1st. It was now the end of September, and there were only 3 days left before the restart of the Holy Shield. As the celebration approached, Wang Hai became wrapped in a festive atmosphere. The survivors used colorful spray paint to spray graffiti and slogans of different colors on the ruined wall outside the 6th Street. They expressed their joy with art and cheered for the coming new era. Major companies, headed by the Zhao Group, had also launched promotional activities in their shops, department stores, and entertainment venues. It seemed that all commodities have become cheaper overnight, especially the favorites of the people, bullet grain beer and diluted alcohol. Thanks to this, the streets and alleys of the 6th Street were filled with drunks every night. They brandished wine bottles and sought after troubles, which created countless headaches for the security officers at the 6th Street. The detention center was overcrowded every day and only eased in recent days. After all, no one would want to miss this grand celebration. It would be so miserable to watch the rebroadcast behind bars. In the community center of Fishbone Base, the logistics staff were making the final changes to the plans for the celebration. Although the celebration was proposed by the 6th Street Council, the logistics department was responsible for the preparation and stage construction. With the consideration that most of Wanghai, Izhou Island, Hongqing, Shangjing and even survivors from the south outside the NAC region would come to participate in this celebration. The logistics department discussed with Chu Nan and decided to make the 6th Street celebration into a celebration for the entire NAC. They moved the stage from the 6th Street to the ruins in the center of Wanghai. After more than a year of cleaning up, the radioactive sources accumulated in the center of Wanghai had been recycled and landfilled by NAC, and the gamma value in the area had returned to below the acceptable level. The venue was not only sufficient to host the celebration but could further highlight the wasteland characteristics of the festival. It just so happened that the huge crater left by the god's cane in the city center was large enough, and only a little modification was needed on the huge crater to dig out intersecting caves and stepped corridors. The place could be modified into a venue for celebrations and could host up to 100,000 people at the same time. With Lu Huasheng, the Minister of Interior's approval, the project was quickly approved. It took about 2 months for the NAC construction team to transform this natural crater into a graben-type circular gymnasium. Although there weren't too many decorations and the chairs on the aisles were scrapped together with different junks and goods, they were quite in line with the aesthetics of the people of the wasteland, simple and practical. There are 37 singing performances in the celebration, including 9 pre-war Pan-Asia cooperation bands, 24 independent singers, and 4 virtual singers with the highest votes. In addition to singing performances, there are 20 other performances. Wang Qing reported the schedule of the celebration to Jiang Chen in the Fishbone Base Community Center. The performances were all jointly checked and arranged by the 6th Street Council, the Office of Spiritual Culture Construction, and the NAC Logistics Department. Since it was reviewed, Jiang Chen did not comment further on the details. He just had questions over the number of performances. There are so many performances. Jiang Chen felt somewhat surprised and asked, "Is there any problem with time?" "Of course not. It's from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. Wang Qing smiled and reported, "We will activate the Holy Shield at 12 a.m., and the gravitons over Wanghai will show a directional distribution. Under the rendering of radioactive dust, a vortex-shaped light curtain will appear over Wanghai." "That must be spectacular," Jiang Chen said emotionally. "Of course," Wang Qing nodded, "that is one of the highlights of the whole celebration." "One of the highlights? Are there any other repertoires?" Jiang Chen laughed. "Of course," Wang Qing looked at Jiang Chen with joy. "For example, I believe General's opening speech at the celebration will be more exciting than the restart of the Holy Shield." Chapter 1379 The Holy Shield Restart. Long live the NAC! Long live the General! Ho ho ho! Holy Shield! Holy Shield! October 1st, 8 o'clock in the evening. Without the interference of a single cloud, the pristine moon gleamed down onto the streets. The suddenly lit lights illuminated the center of the stage into daytime and simultaneously, it ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. Cheers and shouts filled the entire circular venue and amplified the hyped atmosphere. If one could ignore the ruins and wreckages behind them, it was difficult to relate the inside of the stadium with the apocalyptic world after the nuclear war. The survivors released all the excitement in their hearts with pure roars and loudly declared their final victory to the end of the apocalypse. Barbarism and civilization coexist, chaos and order coexist. It was the culture unique to the survivors. I have nothing more to say, please enjoy this great moment, this is a victory for all citizens of NAC. At the highest point of the stadium, Jiang Chen announced the beginning of the celebration. The moment after he finished the sentence, gorgeous and vivid fireworks decorated the night sky above Wanghai. The fireworks illuminated the entire stadium and surrounding ruins together. Amid thunderous applause and cheers, Jiang Chen looked around the entire venue, bathed in the zeal and admiration of everyone, waved his hand, and a touch of pride was seen in the upward bent corner of his mouth. After he had delivered the opening speech of the celebration, he turned and returned to the VIP room covered by ink-colored glass at the highest point of the gymnasium. Sun Jiao, Yao Yao, and the others were all here. Today, almost all the survivors of Fishbone Base were here. Only a few on duty and a large group of drones stayed behind. I like this place very much. Jiang Chen walked next to Sun Jiao, focused his attention on the stage in the center, and said. Our army once thwarted the conspiracy of harmony here. 2,000 NAC fighters now sleep peacefully here. The gods Cain had blasted a huge pit here as a scar left by the war. Whether it's a memorial or something else, it's an impeccable place. If we have the opportunity to further refurbish this place, this can be a new landmark in Wanghai, maybe let's call it, City Center Stadium. I wonder if anyone said this to you before. What? Jiang Chen smiled. Your taste in naming things is really bad, Sun Jiao rolled her eyes and joked. Jiang Chen's face turned red and he coughed to hide his embarrassment. This is not the point is the connotation, right, Yao Yao? Yao Yao, who was watching the performance on stage, turned around and cutely spat out her tongue. Then, she subtly looked away. Lin Lin's shoulders vibrated as she tried her best to hide her laughter. Finally, she turned around and made a funny face at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked to Xiaoro with the intention to seek comfort, only to see that she was looking at him with a caring smile. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt that he had received 10,000 critical hits, and he protested in his mind. What? Really? Is my naming skill that bad? Amongst the wild rock music, the celebration was pushed to a climax. The band that performed on stage was called Arrogant Girls, and it was said to be a top band from before the war. Most of the singers who appeared on stage afterward were stars from the pre-war world. In addition to singing performances, there were also some performances with defining wasteland characteristics. For example, a well-known lone traveler soloed a death clause and a certain veteran scavenger used the garbage he picked up to create a robot acrobatic troupe. When the clock hit 12 at midnight, the atmosphere reached its peak. The great moment had finally arrived, and the holy shield restarted. The brass-colored light curtain turned into a solid-looking vortex right above the venue and began spreading layers of pale golden ripples around. The sky was framed with a faint gilt edge that extended to the unreachable horizon, and the whole city was secluded by the rhythmic graviton flowing in the air. From today on, this city would become a paradise for survivors in Asia and the world, and the term apocalypse would no longer be associated with this city. At this moment, there was only silence. Everyone gazed up to pay the highest respect to the sky and the holy shield. Like the other survivors, Jiang Chen also looked up at the endless vortex that shrouded down, and a bold idea suddenly came into his mind. Should I build several urban defense systems in the other world? With this thing, strategic weapons will be useless. Just as the thought was forming in his mind, a knock on the door suddenly interrupted his thoughts. After the door opened, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback when he saw Wang Qing. He asked. Is there a problem? We have lost contact with the North American colony. Into the hallway outside of the room, Wang Qing said solemnly to Jiang Chen, "It was our 11th attempt to get in touch with the colony, but so far we have not received any response." "What happened?" Jiang Chen frowned. "It's not clear for the time being," Wang Qing said seriously. "At first we thought it was electromagnetic turbulence, but the electromagnetic turbulence could not last for so long. We can only make the assumption that something happened to the colony. Electromagnetic turbulence was a special phenomenon in this world. Under normal circumstances, the interference of radiation to electromagnetic waves was negligible, but the premise was that this radiation would not interfere with the Earth's magnetic field. This was an issue for Central Pacific because it was the hardest hit area for nuclear weapons, and most of the nuclear explosions occurred in low Earth orbit above the atmosphere. As we all know, the low Earth orbit and the synchronous orbit were covered by the wreckage of space elevators, spacecrafts, and space stations, and had almost formed a ring of space junks. These space junks created a special effect under the action of radiation. The specific manifestation was that an unstable external magnetic field was applied to the original geomagnetic field. Affected by this external magnetic field, ultra-long-distance communication had become extremely unreliable, especially for transoceanic communication, where the frequency of communications was erratic, and loss of contact was a common occurrence. NAC researchers defined this phenomenon as electromagnetic turbulence to explain the loss of communication between the colony and the NAC headquarters. Wang Qing's tone was uncertain when she said this. Although NAC established an outpost in North America only a year ago, it had never experienced such a long communication interruption. However, it did not mean such a situation was impossible. Now he could not determine whether the colony experienced issues, or electromagnetic turbulence occurred on an unprecedented scale. "How long has the last cargo ship departed?" Jiang Chen frowned. 23 days ago. Wang Qing gave a definite answer. "Typically, how long will the cargo ship between the colony and the port of Wanghai stay in North America?" Jiang Chen thought while he touched his chin. "Under normal circumstances, about a week. However, that does not rule out any accidents, which may delay the cargo ship for a few days," Wang Qing replied hesitantly. "It's October 1st. Let's wait 2 more weeks." Jiang Chen turned on the holographic screen of his watch and selected the calendar. His index finger swept along the number of days in the calendar, and finally stopped on October 14th, and he quickly made a decision: if there is still no news from the colony after 2 weeks, then we will send an army there. A few days ago, a group of uninvited guests visited the colony established by NAC in California. Damn it, where did they go? Black Skull put one foot onto the seat inside the governor's mansion, and he spat out the cigarette butt in his mouth. 3 days ago, he brought his brothers to the NAC colony. However, neither the mercenaries patrolling near the colony nor the NAC officers who were in charge of cargo were seen. The entire colony seemed to have emptied overnight, and only a half-built fortress and a construction site full of reinforced concrete were left. Out of awe of NAC, Black Skull waited with his brothers outside of the colony anxiously for 3 days. However, in these 3 days, his last little bit of awe was also consumed by the endless waiting. He had a group of slaves in his hands, all of whom were fine goods picked from fallout shelters in the desert between California and Nevada. Of course, the term fine goods was only applicable in NAC's territory. Except for NAC, who would take these picky people that didn't do work. Without those lavish yellow-skinned buyers, these goods in his hands were outright trash. And they consumed more than 600 nutrient supplies every day. This kind of loss made him feel angry. Well, if this group of yellow people didn't plan to pay for their slaves, then he would personally go in and take the rewards himself. With this thought in mind, Black Skull and his brothers rushed into the empty fortress to loot. However, the reality was even more despairing. Someone had visited before him, for there was not even an empty can in the warehouse, and all the valuables were ransacked by scavengers wandering in the wasteland of California. Foo asterisk K, where are these yellow-skinned monkeys? Beside the window of the office, Black Skull looked at the empty colony outside the window and cussed as he left behind the humility he had half a month ago. Could it be that they got into some serious trouble and all ran off? Behind him, a predator with a shaved mohawk stepped forward and scanned the dusty governor office, then said hesitantly, "The National Guards have always regarded them as a thorn in their eyes. It is very likely that those iron boxes did this. I don't want to know what trouble they are in now, I just want to know what we should do with these slaves." Black Skull fumed. He smashed the table with the gun stock, pulled out Zhou Guoping's chair in rage, and sat down. "Tony Club, yes, yes. Which one of you remember how to contact them?" Tony Club was a famous cannibal tribe in California. Except for NAC, perhaps only they understood the beauty of the blue skins. However, they never paid high for the salves destined to become food. But now Black Skull could not care less, he just wanted to end his loss. Even if a person only sold for 10 bottle caps, he was willing to accept the deal. "Boss," the Mohawk hesitated and said, "Tony Club was suppressed by National Guards last month." "These idiots." Black Skull cursed. There was not a voice in the office that once belonged to the governor, and everyone could see that the anger of their boss was approaching the critical point, and no one dared to speak up. When the boss' anger seemed to dissipate a little, a man's face covered with radiation spots and did not look as strong as the other predators stepped forward and suggested. He was a strategist of the Black Skull gang, and among all the people here, he was the only one who could offer words of advice to their boss. "Boss, although we didn't find anyone from NAC, they left us the entire colony." At this point, the strategist had a sullen smile. "The fortress can serve as our new stronghold to grow our gang." While the idea did sound attractive, the thought of leaving the desert where he thrived on made Black Skull hesitate. There were no plump and juicy thorn fruits and radiation-resistant cacti in the plains, which meant that they would have to use other means to obtain nutrient supply and anti-radiation pills, such as plowing mutant plants like other survivors' settlements. When one starts farming, many troubles often ensued. "But the desert is our familiar place, such a big fortress, boss," the strategist persuaded diligently. "Do you want to be a bandit who has no home, or do you want to become a warlord like Paul Revere and Brian Eddy? If we can secure this fortress, you can be the most powerful boss in California." Paul Revere was the leader of Steel City that commanded the entire California National Guard. And Brian Eddy was the president elected by Liberty City and the leader of the California militia, Minutemen. They were the two most powerful men in California. Even the survivors on the far east coast were in awe of these two. Black Skull touched his chin and nodded slightly. He thought that what his subordinate said seemed to make sense. Although if he had to decide between a leader or a bandit, he would definitely choose the latter. However, he had grown tired of his life in the sand, trapped in the cold wind and the unsettled life. Although NAC had left nothing behind, and the canned food and instant noodles in the warehouse were also raided, they left a lot of useful things, such as machine tools for making bullets, construction machineries for various purposes, and a lot of construction materials. He had people with guns and slaves who do hard work, so he had a chance to defend this unowned land. "Call the brothers in the California desert and ask them to stop their work and bring all their belongings to the West Coast." "I'm going now." The Mohawk nodded and ran to the door quickly. Black Skull put his legs onto the table and put the rifle aside. Just as he was thinking about what else he needed to prepare, a melodious siren came from a distance. The people in the room were stunned, and they stared at each other. Black Skull immediately got up, walked quickly to the window facing the coast, and narrowed his eyes toward the harbor. At almost the same time, a predator ran in, panting, and reported. "Boss, a cargo ship is approaching the port with the NAC flag." The predators in the room were rattled. *T. Are they back? What do we do? If they think we stole their canned food, shut up. With a snarling roar, Black Skull picked up his rifle and swept it toward the ceiling. Cement dust and plastic shavings spattered down onto the heads of those chattering. Everyone looked fearful, lowered their head, and were afraid to look directly at their boss. "What's on the cargo ship? Can you see it clearly?" The vulture-like sight, filled with haze, stared at the trembling predator reporting at the door. Black Skull lowered his voice and asked, "Is there power armors on the deck? Or soldiers with kinetic skeletons? And is there a NAC warship following behind?" "No, there is only one cargo ship." Fearful that the murderous demon may send a few bullets into his chest, the predator swallowed and replied with a trembling voice, "There are only containers on the deck that are full of canned food."